Hi, how are you today? Alright, so today we're going to be providing an update from a final decision that was made regarding um, Loper, actually, it's Raimondo versus Raimondo versus Loper Bright Enterprise. I tried to caption it there. Okay, so in this final decision, if we're gonna jump to what it was, because the headlines are already out there, um, the part of the Clean Air and Water Act regarding the Chevron um, difference was overturned. So today we're going to be discussing what happened with that decision and what could this possibly mean. Um, because a lot of it is some legalese and some big ass words, and it's like, why the fuck don't you use simple fucking language? And in my opinion, the reason they don't use simple, I said it's big ass words, and why don't they use simple language? Not fucking caption it. So in my opinion, the reason that they're like that is because they're trying to hide what the fuck they're doing, and so by using the legalese, where a lot of the population hasn't had access to materials to begin to understand what these concepts are, um, they're able to kind of act like they're not doing the shit that they're doing when they're really doing some fucked up shit. So that's what we're going to be talking about. Um, Before we get into that, just a little update with the hair journey. Yes, more content is coming. I know I said that last time, but the delay on the hair journey is I found some more sources on scalp because SCALP scalp because I was having some issues still with sores and itchiness and things like that and flakiness, so in dry scalp. And so that's I've been reading a bunch of sources on that, and right now I'm trying something from that. And so that's what my next hair journey video will be about, updating on that. And then we'll get into back to testing Julieann Rose's hair routines as well, because I still have two more of her hair routines to try. Um, Routine. So yeah, fucking that is coming up. But back to the main topic. We're gonna for this case, for this live stream, I'm gonna about to roll my intro, and then after that, we're gonna be fucking talking about the fucking and for those who aren't watching, if I repeat words, sometimes it's just because I'm neuro vibing, but sometimes it's because the captioner got shit wrong. Um, I said Neuro Vibing. Yeah. So that's what I do for, like if, because I'll have people watching that are blind, people watching that are deaf, and it's really hard to kind of provide both access at the same time. So I'll be kind of sounding weird sometimes repeating shit because I'll be trying to make sure the captioner is saying the right thing. But yeah, hey Lola, how are you? I'm pretty good. Right now we're bitching about the Supreme Court. So I'm about to do a recap on how I got into this case. We're not gonna watch the whole thing, but we're gonna watch part of the live stream I did on Phil Anschutz of AEG. Phil Anschutz, Anschutz. He is an oil tycoon dude, and he owns AEG Entertainment Group that puts on a bunch of music festivals. They're even part owners of Jazz Fest in New Orleans. They're partnered with Winter Circle in New Orleans, Coachella, a bunch of music stuff. And sports too, like ESPN and all of that. And so he got all of his money from being an oil tycoon dude. Well, one of the things he does is put his money into places that I don't agree with value alignment. Like, he's against queer rights. He's funded the abortion ban, and I can show sources on that from my opinion. Um, and he put Neil Gorsuch on the Supreme Court, funded that. There is financial ties there. Well, Neil Gorsuch and Philip Anschutz both stand to financially gain from a case that just happened in the Supreme Court called Raimondo versus Loper Bright Enterprises. Um, well, fucking, in that case, the oral arguments were heard January 17th, 2024, and we covered that in my second live stream, those oral arguments. And in those oral arguments, they are trying to basically overturn, um, they were basically trying to create arguments to overturn the part of the Clean Air and Water Act known as the Chevron deference. Well, then June 28th, like last week, as of this live stream, June 28th, 2024, the Supreme Court came out with their final ruling, which did indeed overturn part of the Clean Air and Water Act for the Chevron, uh, portion. Um, so that's what we're gonna be fucking talking about today. We're gonna go through those two little live streams a little bit just to get a bit of a recap on what happened there, and then we're gonna get into some of the coverage of the final decision, as well as review the entire document of the final decision itself. I don't think I'm gonna read every single fucking word, but I am gonna be like going through the whole fucking thing to check this bitch out because yeah. But yeah, Lola, we are fucking chaotic. Alright, so let's do this intro. Hi, my name is Lexi, also known as and doing business as Deaf Child. In 2022, my company was listed as number 14 Best Louisiana Events Companies and Startups. I have been doing business as Deaf Child since 2013. I have my Bachelor of Science in Music Industry Studies and Business Administration, and deafness runs in my family genetically. Speech is not fully accessible to me. And I've got about 50 certifications in marketing and sales that you can find at noladeafchild.com. Alright, I just realized that I haven't even checked if I was muted or not this whole time, so it would have been real funny if like I was speaking this whole time and I was muted. But it looks like I'm good to go. So fucking first of all, the first thing I was talking about, the Dark Side of the Music, AEG, Coachella Jazz Fest, Buku Winter Circle. This live stream, in here, I have all of the sources in the comments, as well as a few extra sources that I mentioned in the description in the live regarding everything I just kind of discussed, in regards to how AEG is involved with things like Jazz Fest, Buku, Winter Circle, Coachella, and what are they doing with that money, you know? And so all of the sources I have for what I'm speaking on, I have about 30 sources linked on this video. Um, and so that's why I kind of say the things that I'm saying here is I have the sources linked in this video as well. So I may come off as talking shit because I'm very passionate and I'm like fuck these bitches, but I'm not just talking shit. I'm just hate what they're doing that much, and I do have the sources to show that there's documentation of what I'm saying. Um, Lola says, "Wow, that sounds like a big part of the evil things in my new song, TikTok of colonizer mindset." Right, I agree. Like, yeah, exactly. Like the entire premise of capitalism, in my opinion, is a colonizer mindset. So, yeah, absolutely, fucking But yeah, so I just want to start off here with the intro real quick. I'm gonna mute myself and watch my own intro. Hi, how are you today? So, I want to talk about something that before I've tried to talk about it, um, and it wasn't really well received by most people. I do think it's been about 5 years since I really tried to promote these ideas. I've actually mentioned it for sure on my own platforms privately with private discussions over the past 5 years still, but it's been, since probably 2019 before I publicly tried to convince people or, make people aware of these issues. But yeah, so basically, like back then, it really wasn't well received, the idea of potentially um, calling out issues within the music industry. And even though it was the height of the Me Too movement, I feel like that didn't have a local impact, you know? Like, I know that there was an Me Too movement within the music community, within a Hollywood level, and I do know that, you know, even today we can still see a different, I don't want to say like a reiteration because it's a different, because it's all actually still events that have been happening, you know, a continuation of these addressing these issues, I guess. But yeah, so like what, and by that I'm referring to what's happening with Diddy in terms of the Me Too movement, and different people coming forward with a difference, and people do support, you know, corruption within the music industry. So I I feel the same is applied to all human rights issues in the music industry. And we also don't pay attention socially, like as a community, like how tied into the music industry, like where our money goes. um so in that regard, like we don't think about who runs the music industry, who are the key players, you know, what's monopolizing it all, and where is that funding going. um and so for me, like whenever I started realizing these things and calling it out, um I really feel like, you know, like there was this kind of like all of these people just giving me reasons why they could never um stop supporting these companies, even though they were now aware that this is what was happening with the money. They're still saying, oh well, you just are jealous, like you just don't support people in the music industry because you can't make it, type thing, is what they were telling me whenever I was just like, dude, like we're literally giving our money to the abortion ban, you know? um things like that. And so at first it was really hard, um, because like you go through, whenever you go through realizations with value alignment, it can be very hard when you try to have these discussions in your community, because then you no longer feel value aligned. And in many cases that can come to an issue of feeling safe within certain groups. And so I do feel like, you know, there's line when it comes to these issues, to where you either conform to what your community is doing, or you step away from your community, you know. um and so yeah, whenever like I was coming to all of these realizations with value alignment in my community and how I built my career and my connections within the music industry, at first it was like really hard, because you know, when it's not an easy thing to break away from a community in any regard, to decide to go on your own, or to decide to try a new way of doing things that's different than the way you're raised, you know. um and whenever you do decide to leave a community in this way, it's like you can have no support system at first, and I think that is the hardest part and the hardest hurdle to get through. But then it's like you come to these realizations, like in your current reality though, yeah, you have people, but are you really supported? And then when you start feeling alone, even when you're surrounded by people, that is kind of, I feel like, when it's like your sign, you know what I mean? When it's your sign that you have taken what lessons you can from this community and it is time, you know? And that's really how I feel with the music industry, you know? Like,
Speaking for myself, I've never felt better.
hi, my name is Lexi, also known as and doing. So, yeah, so from here we can kind of see why the value alignment and these issues are so important to me, how I started coming to these realizations, and what led me to begin investigating these issues, in terms of like once you become exposed to part of this information, it's for me, I can't just ignore it. And so in the rest of this live stream, it goes into all of the sources that I have here on on these concepts that we're speaking on. Um, so if you want to know more about my sources, about all of that, then yeah. Um, and so now we're just gonna go watch my conclusion on this real quick. And what I had been saying was that in my blog called Empower People, I discussed all of these issues and I had originally listed all of the sources that we discussed. But I also said a lot that I've said if someone does not think, like ethics existing in business while using that as an excuse to support unethical practices rather than act for a change, maybe that person is just unethical. Um, is what I had been saying from according to the captioner up until this point in the live stream of my conclusion. And so we're going to pick off here with my conclusion on that live stream real quick. Agree with my past self there because yeah, you know what I mean? That perfectly sums up everything that I've been saying. Like we need to come to terms with the fact that if you know what I'm saying, like if we are trying to claim that we're not queer phobic or misogynistic for supporting organizations that fund taking away human rights. You know what I'm saying? We need to just admit that we're okay with taking away human rights because that's what the fuck we are doing. Like in this regard, the music industry is so hard to make a living in. The income disparity is so high in the music industry. And most people in the music industry are already working multiple jobs in order to get by because we're not getting paid enough to make a living in the music industry. So for people to say, I'm going to uphold this corruption in the music industry does piss me off because literally like your this we're maintaining that oppression, you know what I mean? And I'm gonna keep spiraling on these issues. It's about 2 a.m. now, so this is a really long live. I didn't mean for it to be this long, but I'm really glad I did this live. I felt like these sources, they just need to be like highlighted. We need to remember, we need to make sure we're processing this information. So if you watched this far, I really, really appreciate you. It means so much to me that you also care about these issues. So yeah, so you can see like the point where I'm going here with why I started paying attention to what exactly are Neil Gorsuch and Phil Anschutz doing together in the Supreme Court, right? Well, from this live stream, I decided to look into are there any updates since Neil Gorsuch got elected to any cases that tie both of them together regarding Supreme Court issues. And so from there, I came across the case we are following up on today, which is Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo. I actually don't know if it's. I can't think I may keep getting those two orders switched. I know that it matters because of like defense versus shit. What can I use? Why can't I think of the word all of a sudden? Fuck. Life is hard. Fuck. I know the word. Doesn't it start with P? God damn it. Fuck. Okay, so that's totally chill. Fuck it. Wait, is it prosecution? Defense versus prosecution? Yes. Boom. Okay, thank you. Fucking, I hate my fucking mind sometimes, but then I love my mind. It's like, why do I have a hate-love relationship with my own stuff? I love myself, but fuck. Man. Alright, okay, so the case we're following up on the final decision for today. We're going to look at a recap of the oral arguments real quick. So I have my sources for these oral arguments. I have some sources that I mentioned in the live here, but for each section in here, I link in the timestamp the article we're discussing on this video. And so with this one, we cover, some news coverage on it, including from SCOTUSblog. And then we cover the oral argument transcript uploaded from cspan.org in this video. Um, and so what we're going to do right now is there's one part of the transcript I want to show you guys, but for the most part, we're just going to look at the introduction and the conclusion, and then I'm going to dig through the live stream to show you one part of this transcript as well. So you can see why I put a certain thing that I put in the description of this video. Okay, um, so hi, how you doing today? So I had said that I would do another video about basically AEG and uh, uh I'm blanking on his name. Phil Anschutz and Neil Gorsuch. If I saw another update, I didn't think I would have one this soon, but when I went to go look up information on this, to make sure I didn't miss anything, it turns out I did miss an update from this year actually. So, today we're going to be talking about a Supreme Court case in which Neil Gorsuch has refused to recuse himself, even though he is connected, even though he could basically, benefit from it. Public perception wise, he could be seen to have a vested interest in the outcome of this case, particularly. Um, so yeah, so that's a whole fucking thing. Um, and today we're gonna be talking about that because basically with the corrupt things that is happening within the back end of the music industry and within the Supreme Court and within the giants, within the shareholders of the major corporations that own everything that happens in the United States, it's just kind of like, you feel like you're in this evil, like, fuckery, like, I don't know. So there's this TV character, and I've been sharing a couple of snippets from her. Her name is Alexis. She's from the TV show Dynasty, and there's two versions of Dynasty. There's an old version and a new version, but fun fact, I was actually named after the old Dynasty Alexis. Um, so, yeah, I think that's interesting. So, I've been kind of like sharing little quotes of her because why the fuck not? It's my namesake, right? But in this case, I feel like the little clip I kind of want to share doesn't necessarily apply to how, I mean, in a way, it kind of speaks to in my head how I feel about these people, but it more applies to them. Hi, Kimmy, how are you today? It's good to see you. So I was literally just talking about Neil Gorsuch of the Supreme Court because he's connected to Philip Anschutz. And dude, yeah, it's been a whole mind fuck. So there's a Supreme Court case coming out where they're trying to overturn um what's like something related to the Chevron case where uh they're trying to basically make it so there's less regulations under the law when it comes to what's happening in the environment with like these big oil companies particularly. So it's kind of scary because it's basically
And
like,
there's absolutely nothing you can do about it.
hi, my name is. So yeah, so now you see what we have going on here with like the transitioning of how I got from manically like feeling like the music industry is a vortex of corruption to this specific Supreme Court case. You know what I'm saying? And so what I want to do now is in the transcript, we're going to pull this guy up real quick. So in the description of this live stream, you may notice that I quoted from the transcript. So I forgot who said it, but okay, so one of the attorneys in his introductory legal arguments for the Environmental Protection Agency, He literally said, we have no beef with the Chevron Clean Air Act. And this was in the transcript. We're going to pull up this transcript real quick from C-SPAN. Let's bring this back up. Oh, fuck you. Yeah, let's continue without supporting you this time. Okay. Will it show me here if I search? No? You don't want to help me out like that? Does it have to have the full text? God damn, fuck you. Oh, I can search right there. Okay. So, does it show me who the fuck said this? Right here. I can't see who the fuck said this. Wait, was that Paul Clement? I'm not entirely sure. I'm not trying to blame this dude if he didn't say it, but I think, did he say it? He might have said it. So someone said this shit. So I don't, look, I'm not making this shit up. The shit was fucking said. So we have no beef with the Chevron Clean Air Act holding. You know what I'm saying? That's what the fuck they said. And this is a legal argument. This is how they fucking talk in the goddamn Supreme Court. So I'm like, if someone ever tries to make you feel unprofessional, the Supreme Court fucking lawyers are up in there talking about whether or not they got beef with each other or beef with an act. What the fuck is that, bitches? Fuck you. Aren't you supposed to be impartial? What the fuck does it matter what your beef is with? Or is that just the judge that has to be impartial? I don't fucking know. But you know what? Fuck you. Anyway, so in the description of the current live stream that we are now watching, I literally quoted from there. You know what I'm saying? If you don't, I said something along the lines of, if you have no beef with the Chevron Clean Air Act, quote unquote, why the fuck are you trying to overturn it then? Is what I said in the description of this video. And that's where the fuck that came from. So yeah. Like I wasn't just trying to misappropriate. Is it a cultural appropriate? Misappropriate? I'm not sure. Wait, I've actually been learning. I don't know if it's correct to say AAE or AAVE because I recently heard that AAVE is no longer the correct thing, and now it's AAE. But then I still keep seeing AAVE used by people who are black. So I'm not trying to tell. I'm just crazy. I'm overthinking. Am I being racist? I could be being racist. I don't know. You know what? I apologize. I'm an overthinker. I am not good enough and like well, not good enough. That sounds not good self-talk. I am not far enough in my decolonizing journey to be using the correct words. Um, yes, I don't know. Well, I feel like calling people crazy could potentially be ableist. Like I'll talk about feeling crazy. But you know, honestly, I can understand why we're asking, is he crazy in this context though? Because this is some crazy shit though. I do kind of get that. But uh, when you come to New Orleans, what are good sights to see down here? It really depends on your vibe. Everybody has a totally different vibe, and what you're gonna want to do is totally gonna depend on you. So if you're here for the food, that will depend on your budget. Um, but there's good places. There's, you know, I would have to really marinate. Like I can tell you some of my favorites, but like if you want coffee, one of my favorite coffee shops is Baldwin. It's a bookstore. It's black owned. But the only thing I don't like about it is I love my fucking regular dairy milk, and there are like everything is milk alternatives there. And I think they're like vegan there. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but um, yeah, that's probably misappropriating. But fucking okay. So then the other places to go, like if you want food, um, I don't know. I don't go out to eat a whole lot anymore. And when I did go out to eat, it was mostly at places that I worked at. So I would go back to places that I worked at before, like Petite Grocery or Compere Lapin. But I I honestly can say I had a better experience at LPG than Compare Lapin, to be honest. But I feel like I maintained more relationships with people from Compare Lapin than LPG, which is weird. But um, I don't know. You know, both places are interesting. They both have really good food, though. I'll still go back and eat at those places, but it can be hard to work there. Make sure you tip your servers. Fucking, yeah, fucking, so tend to eat at home a lot. For beignets, I like the vintage. You know, a lot of people go to like Cafe Du Monde, but I prefer the vintage, to be honest. Box. Well, why would we box if you don't want me to put myself down then? Isn't that like kind of worse? Do you mean hot box? Smoke me out? Like that can work. Fucking no, I just realized I've been replying to comments in the chat while I've been speaking. So that's totally could be sounding kind of weird because I'll be talking about one thing then switch to another. And sometimes that is because that's just my fucking mind. But sometimes I swear if you're not like looking at the video or the chat, it's literally because I'm talking, replying to the fucking chat. All right. So let's get back on topic real quick. There's a lot of places to go in New Orleans. Oh yeah, I had said some food, but if you want to go out like for music, I I'll have to do a whole nother live stream on venues I would not go to for specific reasons because there are places I refuse to go to. But overall, I just pay attention to where is the lineup, you know? Like you can go to the WWOZ calendar. There's a Livewire calendar for New Orleans. If you're ever here, you can go see what bands are playing. And then you can look at the lineup and then you can go look up the artists and then you can go find the music that is your vibe and you can go out. And there's literally shows here every fucking night. Whenever it's a slower season, there's obviously going to be times where there's less shows than others, or you're not going to know who the fuck those bitches are. But there's still always some form of music or thing to go do or see here. So there's never no such thing as like, you know what I mean? Like I don't go to just anywhere in the French Quarter. Like if I'm going to the French Quarter, I wouldn't go just to anywhere to drink. Like I don't drink anymore because I'm a recovering alcoholic. But the cheapest places to drink in the French Quarter that you're gonna get the best bang for your buck and you're gonna get quality alcohol. Molly's on the market on Upper Decatur. They have the best frozen Irish coffees with Jameson and iced frozen coffees. Those are really fucking good. Molly's on the market. And then the Black Penny on Rampart. So those two are the two bars that I would go to during my drinking days. If I was in the French Quarter, I wouldn't be going to any other bars but those two. Because that's where I'm not gonna get dicked over on your money. Because you go to most bars in the French Quarter, it's gonna be really fucking expensive for no damn reason. Or if it's cheap, it's gonna be these stupid ass drinks that have way too much sugar in them that's gonna make you puke. So if you want an actual decent drink, Molly's on the market or Black Penny if you're in the fucking French Quarter. Uh, I don't eat most food in the French Quarter at all because it's mostly tourist traps. Most people there, they're not focused enough to do a good job. They don't care about health code quality. They don't care about none of that. It's tourist trap. Don't eat shit in the French Quarter unless it's fine dining. Fine dining is the only places in the French Quarter that aren't tourist traps. If you want food, go right outside the French Quarter, depending on where you are, towards the CBD. They're still going to be expensive, but there'll be better quality food. Um, Towards Treme, and then towards like St. Claude and all of that, you're gonna get better food. Um, that's all I'm gonna say. There's a lot of places. I'm not gonna harp on that too much. I prefer to spend time on. I keep saying I'm not gonna harp on that, and I keep talking about it. But fucking all right. If it's not too hot out, I like to go to City Park. There's City Park trails, and I prefer to go into the trails, and I prefer to go to Audubon Park. Um, is joking about boxing. Yeah, I know you're joking, but I'll still like take the concept of a joke literally sometimes. Fucking all right. So let's check out this conclusion real quick on what were my final thoughts from whenever I looked into the entire oral arguments. What were the final thoughts from that from Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo? Um, we're gonna look on that conclusion, and then we're finally gonna start getting into the coverage on the final decision, which was issued June 28th. So everything else that we've been talking about so far has been from the January 17th oral arguments. And after this video, we're gonna get into what we have not talked about yet at all, which is the June 28th final decision. Okay. here we go. I'm just ending everything, summarizing here. So this live was a bit of a shit fuck. So we went over a lot today. Woo! Yeah, why don't you love me? Why aren't you working? Um, I'm going to refresh this. All right, refreshing it. Maybe that'll work. Fucking fucking yeah, dude. What the fuck are you doing? Cracked me up. Yeah, I'm sure you know we call these craptions because they suck. Like they suck so bad, so bad. Like the captions, like you can't even tell what the fuck they're saying. So yeah, but so today, like we've talked a lot yesterday about Phil Anschutz and Neil Gorsuch and about their connection, about how the music industry basically has been a way to kind of siphon funds and help Neil Gorsuch and Phil Anschutz. Um, and so today and so from that live, I was like, okay, if I see a case that involves both of them, I have to cover it. And so then I woke up and like I was like, okay, today I look and I find this case and I'm just like, I have to do this live. So today, we touched on that a little bit, reviewing that history of the connection between Phil Anschutz and Neil Gorsuch, but we focused less on the music industry and more on their relationship in connection to this specific case here. And then now we are fucking just wrapping up talking about the entire case, basically where we're going over Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo, where it involves the Chevron deference, that's up in the air. And so a decision is expected to come from the Supreme Court this summer, but it could happen anytime between now and this summer. But it's basically spring now, summer's coming up, so uh, I expect it perhaps maybe in a month or so, but who knows? Like, who knows what will happen? Um, but yeah, no, thank you so much for being here. It means just a lot to me because, like, I am really passionate about like this material. So for others to, like, it's just really fun that, like, someone else is here too and cares and like, about everything that I've been talking about. My references. My references more than I know my references. Cause I couldn't even remember what the fuck I was talking about, but so no, that I really appreciate you being here. Like it really means a lot, and I like thank you for processing this with me. Okay, so yeah, in this conclusion, I'm basically just summarizing up again and kind of hammering home what I've been talking about like, dude, bro's not even fucking trying to accuse himself and doing all this shit. So it's just like, what the fuck? Um, I don't remember if I said anything more. Hold on, let me watch a little bit more real quick, and see if I talked any more about this case. Let's see. Um, but yeah. Oh, I just noticed your comment, Lola. Make a video on Nola Places later on TikTok series. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. Oh, you haven't heard craptions before. Yeah, craptions are a thing. It's so funny to me because like how much the captioner gets wrong, and at a specific level you start to, when you know the topic, you start to know what to look out for and what's going to change. And so if it says, I'm speeding this up 2 times real quick just to see, dead, and it's about a death topic, that it is probably, it just did it, it's death, not death, but yeah, so sometimes it's like the auto correctioner will make a common or the same or a similar mistake all the time. So then you know what's happening because you know the common mistakes it could be too. Um, but yeah, fucking, I can't think. It's like 1:30 in the morning. I'm gonna go finish getting ready for bed. I hope you sleep well tonight. All right, so yeah, that's the end of that live stream. So so now we're gonna go into the coverage here. From SCOTUSblog has been like one of the places where I really like to keep up with different cases in the Supreme Court. And one thing that I like about the way that they do it is they'll summarize some of the decisions and things that are happening at the beginning. You know, they'll tell you what's the docket number, where is the court happening, and the one was the argument, one was the opinion issued, what was the vote, who is writing this, and the term, and everything like that. And then they will list their coverage so far. So all of their coverage is linked here. Um, and then they also from there have by date proceedings and orders filed in relation to all of this, as well as the links for that. Um, and so I really like how the SCOTUSblog, you know, they put it's independent news and analysis on the U.S. Supreme Court. Um, and so, yeah, I wish that it was in plain language because I don't understand, you know, like, I feel like a lot of people aren't going to be able to look at this material and have a clear understanding of what the fuck everything means, you know what I'm saying? But overall, I think it's a very useful tool for understanding what it is that the Supreme Court is putting out there from their own wording. And so I'll take this coverage, you know, and then compare it with contemporary news um, sources with all of this material in a more plain language. So that way, in between all of that, whenever I process this information and then take that and go read the actual fucking final decision, I'll have had this context to understand what are these words that they're talking about. And that's how I prefer to do my own legal research when I'm looking into the cases um, personally. So, as we've discussed, the oral arguments for this case, Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo, and this is from SCOTUSblog.com, was heard on January 17th. And we've previously covered this material, and today we're discussing the opinion issued on June 28th, 2024. The holding was that the Administrative Procedure Act requires courts to exercise their independent judgment in deciding whether an agency has acted within its statutory authority, and courts may not defer to an agency interpretation of the law simply because a statute is ambiguous. Chevron versus Natural Resources Defense Counsel is overruled. Judgment. Vacated and remanded, 6-2, in an opinion by Chief Justice Roberts on June 28, 2024. Justice Thomas and Gorsuch filed concurring opinions. Justice Kagan filed a dissenting opinion, in which Justice Sotomayor joined. Justice Jackson took no part in the consideration or decision of the case. So, yeah. Now we're going to read the latest article. Oh, Lola says, great website. I agree. Yeah, I get lost in my own website. I don't remember what the fuck I said before all the time. But yeah, fucking, then Lola said that way tell people to go to a local library and go to a law section to understand it before the website. Right, well, that may not help you understand shit if you don't know what to look for in the library or the law section, you know what I'm saying? There's so much shit there. But, yeah. Alright, so, SCOTUSblog talks about Supreme Court strikes down Chevron curtailing power of federal agencies. And this was the headline of the most recent post by Amy. I think her last name is pronounced Howe. Amy Howe. It's spelled Howe. On June 28th, 2024. So, I'm gonna read this bitch. In a major ruling, the Supreme Court on Friday cut back sharply on the power of federal agencies to interpret the laws they administer and ruled that courts should rely on their own interpretation of ambiguous laws. The decision will likely have far-reaching effects across the country, from environmental regulation 2. Healthcare costs. By a vote of 6-3, the justices overruled their landmark 1984 decision in Chevron versus Natural Resources Defense Council, which gave rise to the doctrine known as the Chevron Doctrine. Under that doctrine, if Congress has not directly addressed the question at the center of a dispute, a court was required to uphold the agency's interpretation of the statute as long as it was reasonable. But in a 35-page ruling by Chief Justice John Roberts, the justices rejected that doctrine, calling it fundamentally misguided. Justice Elena Kagan dissented in an opinion joined by Justices Sonia Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson. Kagan predicted that Friday's ruling will cause a massive shock to the legal system. When the Supreme Court first issued its decision in the Chevron case more than 40 years ago, the decision was not necessarily regarded as a particularly consequential one. But in the years since then, it became one of the most important rulings on federal administrative law, cited by federal courts more than 18,000 times. Although the Chevron decision, which upheld the Reagan-era Environmental Protection Agency's interpretation of the Clean Air Act that eased regulation of emissions, was generally hailed by conservatives at the time, the ruling eventually became a target for those seeking to curtail the administrative state, who argued that courts, rather than federal agencies, should say what the law means. The justices had rebuffed earlier requests, including by one of the same lawyers who argued one of the cases here, to consider overruling Chevron before they agreed last year to take up a pair of challenges to a rule issued by the National Marine Fisheries Service. The agency had required the herring industry to pay for the costs, estimated at $710 per day, associated with carrying observers on board their vessels to collect data about their catches and monitor for overfishing. The agency stopped the monitoring in 2023 because of a lack of funding. While the program was in effect, the agency reimbursed fishermen for the costs of the observers. After 2 federal courts of appeals rebuffed challenges to the rules, 2 sets of commercial fishing companies came to the Supreme Court, asking the justices to weigh in. The justices took up their appeals, agreeing to address only the Chevron question in Relentless versus Department of Commerce and Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson dissented in the Relentless case, but was recused from the Loper Bright case, presumably because she had heard oral argument in the case while she was still a judge on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. Chevron deference, Roberts explained in his opinion for the court on Friday, is inconsistent with the Administrative Procedure Act, a federal law that sets out the procedures that federal agencies must follow, as well as instructions for courts to review actions by those agencies. The APA, Roberts noted, directs courts to decide legal questions by applying their own judgment, and therefore makes clear that agency interpretations of statutes, like agency interpretations of the Constitution, are not entitled to deference under the APA. Roberts concluded, it thus remains the responsibility of the court to decide whether the law means what the agency says. Roberts rejected any suggestion that agencies, rather than courts, are better suited to determine what ambiguities in a federal law might mean, even when those ambiguities involve technical or scientific questions that fall within an agency's area of expertise. Roberts emphasized, Congress expects courts to handle technical statutory questions, and courts also have the benefit of briefing from the parties and friends of the court. Moreover, Roberts observed, even if courts should not defer to an agency's interpretation of an ambiguous statute that it administers, it can consider that interpretation when it falls within the agency's purview, a doctrine known as Skidmore deference. Stare decisis? Shit, I don't fucking know. The principle that courts should generally adhere to their past cases does not provide a reason to uphold the Chevron doctrine, Roberts continued. Roberts characterized the doctrine as unworkable, one of the criteria for overruling prior precedent, because it is so difficult to determine whether a statute is indeed ambiguous. And because of the Supreme Court's constant tinkering with the doctrine, along with its failure to rely on the doctrine in 8 years, there is no reason for anyone to rely on Chevron. To the contrary, Roberts suggested, the Chevron doctrine allows agencies to change course even when Congress has given them no power to do so. Roberts indicated that the court's decision on Friday would not require earlier cases that relied on Chevron to be overturned. Mere reliance on Chevron cannot constitute a special justification for overruling a decision upholding agency action. Because to say a precedent relied on Chevron is, at best, just an argument that the precedent was wrongly decided, which is not enough standing alone to overrule the case. That is interesting considering it was used as a defense and cited by federal courts more than 18,000 fucking times. Wow! So, I just think it's interesting that you say a precedent that was cited 18,000 times by federal court was wrongly decided and not enough standing. Interesting. And that's okie dokie. I guess the stare decisis is the justification for that, but I don't understand how it applies, to be honest. The Supreme Court is expected to rule on Monday on when the statute of limitations to challenge agency action begins to run. The federal government has argued in that case, Corner Post versus Federal Reserve, that if the challenger prevails, it would open the door for a wide range of belated challenges to agency regulation. Justice Clarence Thomas penned a brief concurring opinion in which he emphasized that the Chevron doctrine was inconsistent not only with the Administrative Procedure Act, but also with the Constitution's division of power among the 3 branches of government. The Chevron doctrine, he argued, requires judges to give up their constitutional power to exercise their independent judgment, and it allows the executive branch to exercise powers not given to it. Justice Neil Gorsuch filed a longer 33-page concurring opinion in which he emphasized that today the court places a tombstone on Chevron no one can miss. In doing so, the court returns judges to interpretive rules that have guided federal courts since the nation's founding. He sought to downplay the impact of Friday's ruling, contending that all today's decision means is that going forward, federal courts will do exactly as this court has since 2016, exactly as it did before the mid-1980s, and exactly as it has done since the founding, resolve cases and controversies without any systemic bias in the government's favor. Does Justice Neil Gorsuch not know about history then? Because the entire fucking country is built on the government's favor, built on violating treaties. What the fuck are you talking about? That in itself is a paradox and a hypocrisy. Are you fucking kidding me? That's an oxymoron. Do you not know history? Do you not know what the law is based on? What the shit, man? Fuck you. Anyway, so fucking Kagan, who read a summary of her dissent from the bench, was sharply critical of the decision to overrule the Chevron doctrine. Congress often enacts regulatory laws that contain ambiguities and gaps, she observed, which agencies must then interpret. The question, as she framed it, is who decides which of the possible readings of those laws should prevail? For 40 years, she stressed, the answer to that question has generally been the agencies, with good reason. Agencies are more likely to have the technical and scientific expertise to make such decisions. She emphasized the deep roots that Chevron has had in the U.S. legal system for decades. It has been applied in thousands of judicial decisions. It has become part of the warp and woof of modern government. What the fuck does that mean? Warp and woof? Are you fucking shitting me? How do I go from legalese to saying warp and woof? This is why I'm convinced they just don't want us to know what the fuck they're talking about. What the fuck is this? Just be clear, bitches. Okay, anyway. And then she said, supporting regulatory efforts of all kinds. To name a few, keeping air and water clean, food and drugs safe, and financial markets honest. By overruling the Chevron doctrine, Kagan concluded, the court has created a jolt to the legal system. Kagan also pushed back against the majority's suggestion that overruling the Chevron doctrine would introduce clarity into judicial review of agency interpretations, noting the majority's assurances that agency interpretations may be entitled to respect going forward. She observed that if the majority thinks that the same judges who argue today about where ambiguity resides are not going to argue tomorrow about what respect requires, I fear it will be gravely disappointed. Similarly, she questioned the majority's assertion that Friday's decision would not call into question decisions that relied on the Chevron doctrine to uphold agency action. Courts motivated to overrule an old Chevron-based decision can always come up with something to label a special justification, she posited. All a court needs to do, all a court need do, what the fuck, fuck you. All a court need do is look to today's opinion to see how it is done. Fucking what? Fuck you. Anyway, so, but more broadly, Kagan rebuked her colleagues in the majority for what she characterized. Honestly, Kagan is the only argument I agree with, but I'm just mad at her wording. I'm sorry I'm being a bitch. I just don't like that sentence. But more broadly, Kagan rebuked her colleagues in the majority for what she characterized as a judicial power grab. You know what's funny is I used the word rebuke earlier because I was on a TikTok live stream and my friends put me on the big screen in the panel and I was like, I rebuke this. I rebuke your big screen. Okay, so anyway, she lamented. By overruling Chevron, the court had, in one fell swoop, given itself exclusive power over every open issue, no matter how expertise-driven or policy-laden, involving the meaning of regulatory law. I can't hear the word laden without thinking of the concept of what is the what is it? What is the aerospeed of an unladen swallow? Where is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Okay, I'm sorry. Fucking Roman Martinez, who argued the case on behalf of one of the fishing companies, applauded the decision. By ending Chevron deference, he said in a statement, the court has taken a major step to preserve the separation of powers and shut down unlawful agency overreach. Going forward, judges will be charged with interpreting the law faithfully, impartially, and independently, without deference to the government. This is a win for individual liberty and the Constitution. But Kim Meyer, the litigation director for the Southern Environmental Law Center, decried the ruling in a statement. The Supreme Court today says individual judges around the country should decide the best reading of a statute. That is a recipe for chaos, as hundreds of federal judges who lack the expertise of agency personnel are certain to reach inconsistent results on the meaning of federal laws as applied to complex technical issues. Friday's ruling came in one of 3 cases during the 2023-2024 term seeking to curtail the power of federal agencies, a conservative effort sometimes dubbed the war on the administrative state. In October, the court heard arguments and a challenge to the constitutionality of the mechanism used to fund the consumer watchdog, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Last month, the court upheld the FPB's funding by a 7-2 vote. And on Thursday, the justices pared back the power of the Securities and Exchange Commission and other administrative agencies, holding that the SEC cannot continue to use in-house proceedings to impose fines in securities fraud cases. What? What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? The fishermen in both cases were represented at no cost by conservative legal groups, the Cause of Action Institute and the New Civil Liberties Alliance, linked to funding from billionaire and longtime anti-regulation advocate Charles, is that Koch? K-O-C-H? Koch? Or is it Koch? Koch? I'm gonna say Koch because saying Charles Koch feels like I'm dicking around. Um, but so now so how does Phil Anschutz connect to this? Well, Charles Koch was part of that. Let's take it back. So now let's take it back. So I do feel like we're not gonna watch all of this, but I feel like because of this, we're gonna need to watch part of what I have previously covered in order for you to get this context, because I'm gonna feel crazy otherwise. So now let's take it back to how Gorsuch was urged to recuse himself over ties to the oil baron. And who was that oil baron? Philip Anschutz right here. So we're gonna look, I wanna look at this one right here. We're just gonna look at some of these sources real quick. Let's just skip around here. So the Guardian, they published an article in January of this year, and it's called Gorsuch urged to recuse himself from Supreme Court case over ties to the oil baron. And that's why I did this live today, because that's what I was saying. Like, if I saw that a Supreme Court case was going to happen that involved both of them, I said I'd cover it. So that's what's happening now. And yeah, so 2 days before the oral arguments in the U.S. Supreme Court, oh, I'm not, so yeah, I get so excited with chats because I have like, no followers. So whenever someone's like actually talking with me, I get like so excited that I can be a little like scatterbrained with actually doing the live. So I'm sorry if it's not like flowing well, but yeah, no, this case is fascinating to me because I think it's interesting how it kind of shows where the money goes with our corporations, because most of the entertainment industry, for example, is controlled by AEG and Live Nation, and AEG has a very close, relationship. There's a trail of a relationship between AEG and Neil Gorsuch. And so with this Supreme Court case, these sources I'm going to show kind of explain how Neil Gorsuch basically benefits financially because of his relationship with Philip Anschutz, who is proven to have donated millions to Neil Gorsuch to put him in that position. Um, yeah, so that's why there's like all these articles about them both. Um, so it's right now Neil Gorsuch is refusing to recuse himself over close links to a billionaire oil baron who has hosted him for weekends and who stands to benefit from the ruling at hand. And I don't know how to pronounce this person's last name. I think it's like Kichone. Maybe it's Ciccone. I had a teacher named Santucci, and I know someone named Mancini. I kind of, so is it Ciccone or Kitchone? But then I know somebody, then there's Julius Kaiser. So, like, I don't fucking know how to say, like, Italian words, dude. That looks Italian. Okay. Sorry. Fucking, but this person said not only would overturning Chevron deference, I don't know if I'm saying that word right, strip power from federal agencies, harming their ability to serve everyday Americans. But now we know billionaire oil baron Philip Anschutz would score big from a favorable ruling by his friend on the High Court. And basically, the case is called I don't know if I'm saying this right, Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo. And it considers whether the National Marine Fisheries Service can compel fishing vessels to pay the salaries of federal observers, ensuring stocks are not overfished. But it has a much wider implication because it's thought likely to remove the Chevron deference, a principle named for a 1984 case involving the oil giant, which established the federal agencies have the discretion to issue regulatory rules without congressional approval. So we can process this all. It's kind of also why I have a few different sources on it, because whenever I look at it in different words, I process it. And all of these sources are linked in the description of this video. And if I have to move it, it'll go in the comments. But yeah, fucking. So Ben Professor is a professor of law at the University of Florida, and he told a podcast that the people who want Chevron to fall see the courts as a more reliable enforcer of their view of the policy, and they don't want agencies to have the ability to expand or contract their mission. So my perception of that is people think that they will have more luck getting their way in the courts than being regulated by someone else. And then we have a couple of other articles that explain the financial ties too. So I went over in my article, my last video before this, goes into pretty big detail of a variety of the connections that Neil Gorsuch. Oh, Chicone, that makes sense. I think Chicone. And wait, shit, now I don't know if I'm saying your pronunciation Che or Chi. Fuck, I'm overthinking it. Because here's my problem. I know a little bit of Spanish, but I'm also learning another language. And then I know Pidgin Sign English, but then I know American Sign Language, and then I know English, and then I can't hear all the letters of the alphabet. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying half the time. But I mean, I do try really hard to get pronunciations right though for identity, because with identity, that's really important to me to not erase, all of that. But yeah, fucking, I can't say, but I can't pronounce shit for shit. But yeah, so Neil Gorsuch, used to represent Philip Anschutz, and they both have connections to the Code Redders. They're both in different regulations and societies together. And let's see. Too. And it's called Billionaire Poised to See Return on Investment in Neil Gorsuch. And it says Philip Anschutz has funded some of the parties involved in the case the justice will hear on Wednesday. He also has extensive ties to the justice himself. So everything in the argument for this law case is all within the realm of Philip Anschutz's financial, like, I don't know if he necessarily financially controls everything, but he financially benefits. He's been financially invested. Oh, so he inherited this shit from his dad. They never knew that tidbit. Go figure. There's I was reading the statistics of billionaires that inherit their wealth. Very small percentage actually make it on their own, if you can call it that, because it's typically exploitation of labor. So yeah, so for 10 years, starting in 1995, so I was literally born at the end of December in 93, so literally for 1 year of my I was only 1 year old. So for 20, yeah, so 10 years starting oh, thank you. The quarter life crisis is no joke. The quarter life crisis was no joke. No, I appreciate you. Yeah, no, so my quarter life crisis, I lost my entire sense of community. So, the reason so fucking bad. But now reading is from accountable.us, and it was referenced in the other ones we were talking about, and it's called New SCOTUS Conflicts Spark Recusal Calls Ahead of Chevron Challenges. Oh, you know what? Honestly, I'm thrilled that you commented on my fucking thing, because I wanted to go follow you if you had a channel. I couldn't find the fuck. Oops. It says more ethics at stake. Gorsuch asked to recuse himself from Supreme Court case over ties to oil baron. And yeah, so fucking I like the way they worded this one. Because everybody else that we kind of looked at so far has been a bit more subjective. I mean, they've called it out. They've made some really good quotes that I like, but I really liked how they brought out this one where they're like, his ties to money and power are being called into question, because those are simple words. Does all this other shit that we've been saying, I I don't know what the fuck these words mean barely. Like, I kind of know what they mean. I think I know what they mean, but like, I can't really explain it, right? Oh, you're a consultant, not a paralegal. Oh, but Bree calls you both because you do a lot of paralegal work to help out. I am like this. But yeah, no, finding you on Bree's channel was great, and I it's good because that is actually I think what's like super important. Live topic. However, it's about after that they set um in the fall and in the court case was there's two meetings that happened in October and December, and the judgment came out in January. Um, and they basically were saying that that in the case that it was moot about whether or not a tester should be able article in my post in my live from yesterday. Up a 1 million-year paycheck when he left his private law practice to become a pellet. You know what? That is so helpful. Court judge. Okay. Um. So then there's another article from Abuse of Discretion, and this was also published January 2024. And then it's called Justice Neil Gorsuch urged to recuse himself from Supreme Court case due to close ties to billionaire Phil Anschutz. So I just want to show like more sources from where I'm getting this information. Skimming and scamming here. It looks like we've covered all of this information so far. Here's a little tidbit that I don't think I've processed yet. It says legal experts say overturning Chevron deference could undermine the authority of federal agencies and empower corporations seeking fewer regulations. Professors have warned this may lead to more deregulation, allowing certain industries maximum profits over environmental and public protections. Why do I feel like there's somehow a connection between all of this and that Family Guy movie with the dome? For any official summary cover. Also, I would like to note that yes, I do know, I said Family Guy, but I meant to say, and I recognize, and I've corrected myself in that live stream, it is The Simpsons. I apologize also if my transitions aren't making sense here because I am skipping around in this video and I have sped up and slowed down as well the speed. So if you're not looking at the video and you know the sentences don't really make sense together, I apologize. I'm skipping through because I don't remember where I said things at. I'm not looking at the transcript for this. I'm just skipping through a little bit so you can kind of see what I covered before when I was speaking on the connection here between Philip Anschutz, Neil Gorsuch, and this case. Coverage that is has no clickbait, goes straight to the point. Um, I usually go to and so for any and so one of them is called Supreme Court to hear major case on power of federal agencies. And oh, probably How. How sounds right. So this is by Amy Howe, published January 2024. And so the oral arguments happened in January 2024 on this case. And the Supreme Court was basically going to hear arguments, about the federal agency's interpretations of the laws that they administer. Um, and it can impact us from healthcare to finance to environmental pollutants. And that's where administrative agencies use highly trained experts to interpret and carry out federal laws. And even though the case sounds technical, it's one of the most closely watched cases of the court's current term, which is filled with blockbuster cases involving abortion, gun rights, and whether a former president is eligible to appear on the ballot. Because the stakes in this case are high, the challengers argued that the current deferential standard is unconstitutional, while the Biden administration contends that overturning the existing doctrine would be a convulsive shock to the legal system. The fucking so for this argument analysis by Amy Howe from SCOTUSblog, the headline for it is published. It was published January 2024, and the headline is that the Supreme Court is likely to discard Chevron. And fucking because after the oral arguments, it seemed unlikely that the rule outlined in the case, known as the Chevron Doctrine, will survive in its current form. A majority of the justices seemed ready to jettison the doctrine, or at the very least, significantly trim it. So this entire time, we've been talking about what is the case, what does the case mean, what is Neil Gorsuch's and Phil Anschutz's role in this case, and now we're gonna go into what the fuck the Supreme Court bitches said. Oh, so this little article, or it's not even, I don't even think this is like an article. I don't really know what to call this web page, but there's a page online from the Alliance for Justice. It's in their 2023 to 2024 Supreme Court term preview. They have a section on administrative law about Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo, which is the case that we've been discussing here. And the argument was held January this year, and I just found out about it today from last night's live, deciding to Google this fucking shit. Fucking dude, yeah. So Neil Gorsuch's ass was taking a strong stance against the doctrine. Go figure. I wonder why. So this is something he has a vested interest in, and he's taking a very strong stance in it. But he doesn't think he needs to recuse himself, or that he's not biased. I think that's interesting. So this article, the Alliance for Justice, is publishing this as having could be upending decades of administrative law regarding our health and safety. And that the Chevron Doctrine is at the core of the administrative law, and it requires courts to defer to agency expertise. To better explain how Chevron works, let's take a brief look at the FDA. The FDA is tasked with determining whether a new medication is safe and effective. The agency is staffed with thousands of experts, from public health specialists to research scientists to physicians. I can't speak. I know how to say this word. I just can't say it today. Physician. Anemone. I feel like Finding Nemo. An anemone. Physicians. God damn it. Fuck. Doctors. Research scientists to doctors, all of whom work together to make this, or is, or is this a doctor, or is this like a, so I wanted to do like a reaction to the video, like I wanted to do like a whole live that was gonna be just a reaction to. Okay, so sorry about that. I accidentally hit play with the echo. Lola said that's not to my east to get 3230. Wow, I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean 5150? But I got triggering thoughts regarding that, so I'm not gonna go into that on this live streams. But I don't know. I feel like I understand what you've been going through for yourself, so I'm not gonna like talk to you about how you're doing with the coping mechanism on that. I just got some thoughts on that as a concept being a little bit problematic, but so well, we've been kind of skipping through here, and I wasn't even gonna watch as much of it as I watched, but I just felt like it was really important to highlight in context of what we've been discussing. The connection between Koch, wasn't that discussed here? Right. Between Phil Anschutz and between Neil Gorsuch's ass. Neil Gorsuch. So all of that, you know what I'm saying? We have putting all of that together here. So putting that into the context of we're going to discuss next, um, Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo, as discussed from Ballotpedia here. Um, Legal says not legal if it has ties to it, could easily be overdone due to the law and judge passing or putting them in jail for prison reasons. Perhaps. Honestly, I agree that it should be illegal for a sitting judge who has financial interest in a case to not recuse himself. But I question if anything will be done about it. Not because I don't think something should be done about it, but because of the world we live in. So yeah, but I agree that like the concept of it, but the whole concept of the law at this point just pisses me off because it's like all of it was built on taking away and dehumanizing, taking away things from and dehumanizing Native people. So the entire premise of the law is a joke to me. Oh, 3230 is the criminal version of 5150. That is interesting. Never knew that. Well, now you know. Alrighty, so moving on here, we're going to discuss summary here about this final decision from June 28, 2024 on Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo. So this is from Ballotpedia.org. And it says Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo is a U.S. Supreme Court case decided 6-2 on June 28, 2024, challenging the scope of the Chevron deference doctrine and its application by the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit to uphold the National Marine Fisheries Service's interpretation of a federal fishery law. The Supreme Court overruled the 1984 decision in Chevron versus Natural Resources Defense Council, holding that federal courts may not defer to an agency's interpretation of an ambiguous statute. The case was argued before the Supreme Court of the United States on January 17, 2024, during the court's October 2023-2024 term. The case was consolidated with Relentless Inc. versus Department of Commerce, which was decided with a vote of 6-3. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson was recused from Loper Bright, but was not recused from Relentless. Highlights. The issue. The case challenged the D.C. Circuit's application of Chevron deference to uphold the NMFS's interpretation of the Magnuson, I don't know how to fucking say that, Magnuson-Stevens Act. Close enough. Click here to learn more about the case's background. The questions presented. The court limited its review to the following question: whether the court should overrule Chevron or at least clarify that statutory silence concerning controversial powers expressly but narrowly granted elsewhere in the statute does not constitute an ambiguity requiring deference to the agency. The outcome. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled 6-2 to overrule the 1984 decision in Chevron versus Natural Resources Defense Council, upholding that federal courts may not defer to an agency's interpretation of an ambiguous statute. The court vacated and remanded the decision of the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. The case came on a writ of shit. Is it certiorari? Fuck, I don't know how the fuck to say this word. It's spelled CERTIORARI. How the fuck do you say?
This is indeed a confusing word that can be said two different ways.
Just fucking tell me how to fucking say it, damn it.
Certiorari, or it is also correct to say certiorari.
Certiorari sounds better to me. Okay. So the case came on a writ of certiorari to the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. It's an order issued by the U.S. Supreme Court directing the lower court to transmit records for a case it will hear on appeal. To review the lower court's opinion, click here. All right. Why it matters. The court's decision is in the case overturned Chevron deference in the federal courts, a principle that compelled federal courts to defer to an agency's interpretation of an ambiguous or unclear statute that Congress delegated to the agency to administer. The court held that it is up to federal courts to clarify ambiguous statutes pursuant to the Administrative Procedure Act. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't have. Okay, I'm gonna put this in my fucking sources later shit. Damn. I was like, maybe I shouldn't close that out. I fucking use the damn thing. Okay, so in Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo, this is published August 12, 2022. And this is the case text from the lower case that I have not read this. I don't think I'm going to read it. I'm just going to link it as mentioned in the I'm going to just link these two videos as mentioned in the article or whatever, because those are technically sources now. But yeah, so there's a lower case on this shit too, but I'm not going to look over that today. But, okay, where was I? All right. I don't remember if I read this line here, so I might be reading this twice, but the court held that it is up to federal courts to clarify ambiguous statutes pursuant to the Administrative Procedure Act. Timeline. The following timeline details key events in this case. June 28, 2024, the U.S. Supreme Court vacated and remanded the United States Courts of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit ruling. January 17, 2024, the U.S. Supreme Court heard oral argument. May 1, 2023, the U.S. Supreme Court agreed to hear the case. November 10, 2022, Loper Bright Enterprises appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. August 12, 2022, the U.S. State Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit affirmed the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia's opinion. Interesting. So, 2 years ago, they were upholding the Chevron deference in my understanding of this, and now they vacated and remanded that. That is interesting. Okay, so background. And again, this is all that I'm reading with a little bit of my commentaries from Ballotpedia.org on Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo. All right, so a coalition of commercial fishermen appealed an August 2022 ruling from a divided panel of the United States Courts of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit that applied Chevron deference to uphold the National Marine Fisheries Services, NMFS, interpretation of a federal fishery law, the Magnuson-Stevens Act. I have no clue if I'm saying that right. Allowing the use of compliance monitors on certain fishing boats. While the federal law does not specify who must pay for the use of such monitors, the judges deferred to the NMFS's interpretation of the statute requiring fishermen to pay costs for the use of compliance monitors. Although the act may not unambiguously resolve whether the service can require industry-funded monitoring, wrote Judge Judith Rogers in the opinion, the service's interpretation of the act as allowing it to do so is reasonable. The fishermen appealed the ruling to the U.S. Supreme Court, arguing that the D.C. Circuit's decision perceives ambiguity in statutory silence where the logical explanation for the statutory silence is that Congress did not intend to grant the agency such a dangerous and uncabined authority. The fisherman further urged the U.S. Supreme Court to reconsider its approach to Chevron deference, stating, whether by clarifying Chevron or overruling it, this court should grant review and reverse the clear agency overreach at issue here. So, what is Chevron deference? Chevron deference is a doctrine of judicial deference. I have no fucking clue if I'm saying this shit right, y'all. Fuck. That compels federal courts in reviewing a federal government agency's action to defer to the agency's construction of a statute that Congress directed the agency to administer. The original two-step Chevron process was first outlined in the 1984 U.S. Supreme Court opinion for Chevron versus Natural Resources Defense Council. And we can learn more about the Chevron deference. I'm going to pull up this little tidbit and I'm going to link that in my description at the end of this live stream for those who want to look more into understanding, this particular portion in relation to the case. And as it relates to the Clean Air and Water Act. Okie dokie. Questions presented. The petitioners presented the following questions to the court. 1. Whether, under a proper application of Chevron, the MSA implicitly grants NMFS the power to force domestic vessels to pay the salaries of the monitors they must carry. 2. Whether the court should overrule Chevron or at least clarify that statutory silence concerning controversial powers expressly but narrowly granted elsewhere in the statute does not constitute an ambiguity regarding deference to the agency. The court limited its review to question 2 of the petition. And then there's a transcript of the oral argument. We covered this entire oral argument in the live stream I did. Where you at? Right here. Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo Oral Argument. So we didn't watch this at all. We skipped through the rest of this live stream, but we didn't touch on this at all. So in late night, we'd like to see Phil Anschutz and Neil Gorsuch, Red Flags, Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo. The oral arguments start about 126, 127-ish, 120, so go, it's linked here, 127.04. So if we go check that bitch out, you can see the entire recap and my commentary on the oral argument, and it's also linked there as well. So, yeah, outcome. The court ruled 6-3 to overrule the 1984 decision in Chevron versus Natural Resources Defense Council, holding that federal courts may not defer to an agency's interpretation of an ambiguous statute. Sorry, I just decided to close some of this shit out. But then I decided to keep what I want to make sure I link in the description of this video. But that's to help me stay on track. I don't know why my mind is like this. Alright. It vacated and remanded the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit and the United States Court of Appeals for the First Circuit rulings. Chief Justice John Roberts delivered the opinion of the court, joined by Justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, am I saying that right? He gives a shit, and Amy Coney Barrett. Justices Clarence Thomas and Neil Gorsuch's ass filed concurring opinions. Justice Elena Kagan filed a dissenting opinion, joined by Justice Sonia Sotomayor. Sotomayor? Fuck, I don't know, man. And joined by Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. as it pertains to Relentless. Jackson took no part in the consideration or decision of Loper Bright. I have not covered Relentless at all, except for as has been discussed in my sources here this time. So, but yeah, so y'all have to do your own research on that shit. I don't know shit. Okie dokie. Opinion of the court. Chief Justice John Roberts delivered the opinion of the court overruling the 1984 decision in Chevron. So I can't fucking speak. God damn. Hold up. Roberts argued that the Administrative Procedure Act, APA, requires courts to determine whether agencies acted within their statutory authority. Chevron has provided to be fundamentally misguided despite reshaping judicial review of agency action. Neither it nor any case of ours applying it grappled with the APA, the statute that lays out how such review works. Its flaws were nonetheless apparent from the start, prompting this court to revise its foundations and continually limit its application. It has launched and I was about to say satisfied. What the fuck? I'm not satisfied. It has launched and sustained a cottage industry of scholars attempting to decipher its basis and meaning, and members of this court have long questioned its premises. Roberts concluded, Chevron is overruled. Courts must exercise their independent judgment in deciding whether an agency has acted within its statutory authority, as the APA requires. Careful attention to the judgment of the executive branch may help inform that inquiry. And when a particular statute delegates authority to an agency consistent with constitutional limits, courts must respect the delegation while ensuring that the agency acts within it. But courts need not, and under the APA may not, defer to an agency interpretation of the law simply because a statute is ambiguous. Concurring opinion. Justice Clarence Thomas filed a concurring opinion, arguing that another reason to overturn Chevron is because it violates the separation of powers. So you think this violates the separation of powers, but you going unchecked doesn't? That is fucking wild. Okay, but let's read your damn quote. I write separately to underscore a more fundamental problem. Chevron deference also violates our Constitution's separation of powers, as I have previously explained at length. Suck my dick, bitch. And I agree with Justice Gorsuch's ass that we should not overlook Chevron's constitutional defects in overruling it. Post at 15 to 20 concurring opinion. To provide practical and real protections for individual liberty, the framers drafted a constitution that divides the legislative, executive, and judicial powers between three branches of government. You see, this is why they say that colonialism is built on individualism. Look at this shit. It's written into our fucking doctrine. We are indoctrinated into our own individualism. This is why we don't fucking understand community. Okie dokie. Well, maybe this isn't why, but it's more of a manifestation / example of. I don't really understand why yet. I'm not decolonized for that. Someone else needs to I'm fucking. Chevron deference compromises this separation of powers in two ways. It curbs the judicial power afforded to courts and simultaneously expands agencies' executive power beyond constitutional limits. Fuck you, dude. Justice Neil Gorsuch's ass filed a separate concurring opinion, arguing that the decision to overturn Chevron aligns with stare decisis. Turning now directly to the question what stare decisis effect Chevron deference warrants. Okay, hold up. So again, stare decisis is the idea that something shouldn't be a reason for the court to continue upholding something else. Basically, if I understand that right. But fucking Chevron deference has been cited 18,000 times in the federal fucking court. So what the fuck logic is that, in my opinion? What? Okie dokie. So why was it okay those 18,000 times, but it's not all of a sudden not okay? Because I'm not understanding from those arguments there. All I see is I just don't want it anymore. I don't see an actual reason for how it actually influences the division of the powers in terms of upsetting the balance, when in reality it checks the balance. So in my opinion, it kind of seems like the Supreme Court doesn't want to be checked. They don't want to have anybody able to check them. Okie dokie. So, and I'm not trying to misuse language with, like, checking yourself or some shit, but like, I'm talking about utilizing the concept of checks and balances as is taught. What that we are indoctrinated into, that there are checks and balance. Are there really? Okie dokie. So then he said, each of these lessons seem to me to weigh firmly in favor of the court charts today. God damn, speaking is hard. Lesson 1. Because Chevron deference contravenes the law Congress prescribed in the Administrative Procedure Act. Lesson 2. Because Chevron deference runs against mainstream currents in our law regarding the separation of powers, due process, and centuries-old interpretive rules that fortify those constitutional commitments. And Lesson 3. Because to hold otherwise would effectively require us to endow, right? Stray statements in Chevron with the authority of statutory language, all while ignoring more considered language in that same decision and the teachings of experience. Dissenting opinion. Justice Elena Kagan filed a dissenting opinion, joined by Justice Sonia Sotomayor, and joined by Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson as it pertains to Relentless. Kagan argued during the decision to overturn Chevron, contending that deference to agency interpretation is necessary to fill the gaps of ambiguous statutes. This court has long understood Chevron deference to reflect what Congress would want, and so to be rooted in a presumption of legislative intent. Congress knows that it does not, in fact cannot, write perfectly complete regulatory statutes. It knows that those statutes will inevitably contain ambiguities and that some other actor will have to resolve, and gaps that some other actor will have to fill. And it would usually prefer that actor to be the responsible agency, not a court. Some interpretive issues arising in the regulatory context involve scientific or technical subject matter. Agencies have expertise in those areas. Courts do not. Some demand a detailed understanding of complex and interdependent regulatory programs. Agencies know those programs inside out. Again, courts do not. And some present policy choices, including trade-offs between competing goods. Agencies report to a president, who in turn answers to the public for his policy calls. Courts have no such accountability and no proper basis for making policy. And of course, Congress has conferred on that expert, experienced and politically accountable agency the authority to administer, to make rules about and otherwise implement the statute giving rise to the ambiguity or gap. Put all that together, and deference to the agency is the almost obvious choice based on an implicit congressional delegation of interpretive authority. We defer the court has explained, because of a presumption that Congress would have desired the agency, rather than the courts, to exercise whatever degree of discretion the statute allows. And then here is a text of the opinion. We're going to get to that in 2 shakes of the lamb's tail and just 2 sources. So we're going to come right back to this. Commentary. And now we got some more commentary. Pre-decision commentary. Then House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, Republican, argued in a statement that the Supreme Court should overturn Chevron deference to restore the separation of powers, according to the Washington Examiner. As part of our commitment to America, House Republicans pledged to hold Washington accountable. The Chevron framework makes it easier for unelected bureaucrats to weaponize federal regulations against the American people. The court should rein in the power of unelected bureaucrats and restore the separation of powers. Adam White, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, published an article in January 2024 arguing that deference allows for major policy changes between administrations, which, in his view, creates uncertainty. The courts must do their own constitutional job, and in a way that best helps the other branches to do their own constitutional jobs. There may be room for some judicial deference to agencies as they work out the precise meaning of a vague law, at least when the law is new. But eventually, the courts, I think I just burped, apologize, but eventually the courts must settle their question. A law's meaning cannot remain perpetually unsettled. SCOTUSblog analyst Amy Howe wrote about oral argument in the Loper Bright and Relentless cases and observed a split in the justices' opinions on the cases. The court's 3 liberal justices expressed support for keeping the doctrine in place. Justice Elena Kagan repeatedly suggested that federal agencies, with their scientific and technical expertise, are better suited than courts to resolve ambiguities in a federal statute. But Justice Brett Kavanaugh saw Chevron's deference to agencies differently. Chevron, he complained, ushers in shocks to the system every 4 or 8 years when a new administration comes in and implements massive change in areas like securities law, communications law, and environmental law. In my opinion, that's not a good argument for overturning Chevron, because that's going to fucking happen no matter whether or not Chevron is there. That's literally, what? Are you fucking I'm about to be ableist. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, let's keep going. Law professor Nicholas, is that Bagley? Bagley sounds better. Nicholas Bagley, say a name, dude, published an article in January 2024 in The Atlantic, arguing that a decision to overturn Chevron deference will make agencies more cautious in issuing actions, which he argues will make them ineffective. Agencies lose in court so regularly and for such a wild and whirling array of reasons that the outcome of a lawsuit from their perspective looks pretty random. No matter how many pages they spend defending their role or how carefully they conduct their legal analysis, they may still lose, and often for reasons that strike experts in the field as idiosyncratic or baffling. In the face of uncertainty, agencies survive by channeling their energies into activities that won't provoke litigation, which is to say, activities that won't ruffle anyone's feathers. Law professor Jody Freeman outlined in an interview with the Harvard Gazette what she viewed as potential ramifications of overturning or limiting Chevron deference. For nearly 100 years, Congress has delegated power to expert agencies to regulate our modern economy, set and enforce public health standards, protect consumers, and much more. These tasks unnecessarily and unavoidably am I speaking right? These tasks necessarily and unavoidably require agencies to make legal determinations when Congress has left gaps to fill. If the court overturns Chevron, it will have aggrandized its own power at the expense of Congress, the administrative state, and the president, and thrown critical day-to-day decisions necessary to implement scores of federal statutes to the federal judiciary. Post-decision commentary. Jeff Turrentine, contributing author to the Natural Resources Defense Council, wrote an article opposing the decision to overturn Chevron, arguing, now the Supreme Court has reopened the door for federal judges to decide how executive branch agencies should go about their daily business whenever Congress has used ambiguous language, which, it should be noted, isn't always unintentional. Sometimes Congress is purposefully inexplicit in order to give the subject area experts space to decide how best to implement a regulation. For example, an agency made up of occupational safety specialists should already be well equipped to decide how to handle the technical, nuts and bolts aspects of imposing workplace protections, rules about equipment usage, say, or the need for periodic employee rest breaks, without the meddling of judges. And given the complexity of weather patterns, EPA scientists are better equipped than judges at determining how much a state should curb its air pollution in order to protect people living in other states downwind. The federal court system is huge, and the roughly 850 judges who sit on the lower courts are a philosophically and ideologically diverse bunch, to say the least. And as the judicial appointments process has become increasingly partisan, the range of these judges' views has gotten even wider. Ending Chevron deference is tantamount to throwing a dart at a lower court dartboard and hoping for the best. I agree with some of this, but not all of this. Like, I agree that ending Chevron deference is a bad idea and that it's like does the opposite of what they're saying with the whole checks and balances thing. So far, the only fucking reason I see them give for why they don't like it is just that they don't like it because it's restrictive to them. That, in my opinion, is what I feel that they are basically putting out there. But fucking I don't understand when you're saying that the courts are a diverse bunch. Maybe I don't know enough about who is on the courts, and maybe I'm being problematic by talking this shit, but my opinion is the courts aren't diverse enough. What the fuck are you talking about? Okie dokie. So yeah, then Daniel Fugere, something like that? Danielle Fugere? I don't fucking know, man. I'm sorry. President and Chief Counsel for USO, a shareholder representative organization, argued that the decision to overturn Chevron made America less democratic, stating, the Supreme Court is made up of 9 life-tenured unelected lawyers. By contrast, administrative agencies are subject to oversight by the elected branches and regulated through public notice and comment rulemaking. The court's decisions make clear that the Supreme Court views agencies' flexibility and expertise in highly specialized areas as flaws. Foley Hoag, a climate action law firm, predicted the effects of the Chevron's doctrine overturn on the regulatory environment, arguing. I'm going to take a sip before I say that. So they're arguing, in the long term, this decision likely hamstrings the federal government's ability to quickly address pressing and fast-changing issues, including climate change, but also across the full scope of federal authority, such as with health or safety regulations. It will make agencies less nimble in enacting new regulations in response to new problems and information. Meanwhile, Congress remains as gridlocked as ever, so legislation is unlikely to fill the gap in the near future. U.S. Chamber of Commerce CEO and President Suzanne Clark issued a statement supporting the decision to overturn Chevron, contending, "Today's decision is an important course correction that will help create a more predictable and stable regulatory environment." The Supreme Court's previous deference rule allowed each new presidential administration to advance their political agendas through flip-flopping regulations and not providing consistent rules of the road for businesses to navigate, plan, and invest in the future. The Chamber will continue to urge courts to faithfully interpret statutes that govern federal agencies and to ensure federal agencies act in a reasonable and lawful manner. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, fuck you, dude, Republican Kentucky, argued that overturning Chevron restored congressional lawmaking authority. You know what? If Mitch McConnell is against something, you probably already know that. You know what? Fuck you. I can't use my words. I can't form a sentence. Read my mind. You know what the fuck I'm saying? Like, what? Anyway, he said, after 40 years of Chevron deference, the Supreme Court made it clear today that our system of government leaves no room for an unelected bureaucracy to co-opt this authority for itself. The days of federal agencies filling in the legislative blanks are rightfully over. In a press release, the New Civil Liberties Alliance contended that overturning Chevron returned the constitutional power to clarify statutory ambiguity to Article 3 courts, writing, concurring opinions discuss two core constitutional problems with Chevron deference. First, employing such deference abandons a judge's duty to provide independent judgment. Second, when a federal court defers to an agency's legal interpretation, the litigants opposing that agency, like the fishermen opposing NOAA and Relentless, do not have their case judged by an impartial adjudicator. I don't know how to say that fucking weird. Which violates the core constitutional promise of due process. The government claimed Chevron upholds Congress's power to delegate policy decisions to executive branch agencies, but the court ruled that a gap or ambiguity in a statute confers no statutory authority to agencies. Rather, interpreting ambiguity in a statute is a legal action constitutionally reserved for Article 3 courts, which have that expertise. Impact. The decision in Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo and Relentless Inc. versus Department of Commerce overturned the Chevron doctrine in the federal courts. The court's decision holds that federal courts can no longer defer to agency interpretations of ambiguous statutes and instead are required to rely on the court's interpretations. Chief Justice John Roberts clarified in the majority opinion that the court's ruling would not impact previous uses of Chevron. Roberts wrote, "The court does not call into question prior cases that relied on the Chevron framework. The holdings of those cases that specific agency actions are lawful, including the Clean Air Act holding of Chevron itself, are still subject to statutory stare decisis despite the court's change in interpretive methodology." October term 2023-2024. The Supreme Court began hearing cases with a term on October 2nd, 2023. The court's yearly term begins on the first Monday in October and lasts until the first Monday in October the following year. The court generally releases the majority of its decisions in mid-June. Okie dokie. So, this is actually a really good article. From all of this, we've gotten a summary We got the highlights, we got why it matters, the timeline, the background, questions presented. So, summary. Basically, the Supreme Court decided, we're going to challenge the scope of the Chevron deference. The Chevron deference is part of the Clean Air and Water Act. This is happened because of two cases. One of them we've been covering, the other one we have not discussed before this live stream. We have been talking about Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo, which is how we got here. Relentless Inc. versus Department of Commerce is also related to this, but that was not something we have discussed until the final decision issued. So highlights were that this happened because of challenging an interpretation of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Did I pull this up? Oopsie. Okay. The questions presented only were two questions, but the court limited its review to the second, which was whether the court should overrule Chevron or at least clarify the statutory silence concerning controversial powers expressly but narrowly granted elsewhere in the statute. And then the outcome was that it was overturned. This matters because it impacts the power responsible and transition power from outside agencies back to the Supreme Court. So in my opinion, it's a power imbalance because the Supreme Court is trying to give themselves too much power, in my opinion. Okie dokie. So, oh yeah, the other question that was asked though, where you at, Marco? The other question that was asked that they did not address was whether under proper application of Chevron, the MSA implicitly granted NMFS the power to force anyone to pay the salaries of the minors who miscarried. They didn't address that question in this final decision. They only addressed whether or not Chevron should be upheld. Alrighty. So there's two more things I want to look at for this live stream. Real quick, we're going to go over from Wiley, which is a legal textbook, legal academia, as well as they do like marketing for attorneys, company thing. I don't know words right now. So Wiley, they do like legal marketing and legal education. They put out an article called Supreme Court Overruled Chevron. What comes next for telecommunications, media, and technology? And while you wanted to look at this article real quick as well, because we've been focusing on this in the application of the Clean Air Act and the environment. So I really want to take this, what the fuck does this have to do with everything else? Because that has been mentioned in the final decision, but we haven't talked about that yet. So we're gonna look over this article real quick. And then I'm gonna take a quick break. And after that break, we're gonna come back and I'm not gonna read the entire fucking thing because this is 114 pages, but we're gonna skim and scam and shit talk on the actual fucking wording for the final decision as well, and we'll close out the live stream after all that. Okie dokie. So, basically, the Supreme Court overruled Chevron. What comes next for telecommunications, media, and technology? This was published by Wiley, July 2024, July 1st. So, they're saying, on Friday, in Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo, the U.S. Supreme Court held that federal agencies are no longer entitled to deference when they interpret ambiguous statutes. Loper Bright thus overrules an earlier Supreme Court decision, Chevron versus Natural Resources Defense Council, under which courts gave controlling weight to regulators' reasonable interpretations of ambiguous statutes. The impact of the decision is hard to overstate. I cannot speak. Its effects will be felt acutely across the telecommunications, media, and technology sectors for years to come. Here, we discuss what comes next. Chevron deference. To understand Loper Bright requires an understanding of the doctrine that it overruled. The Supreme Court's 1984 Chevron decision required courts to give agencies the benefit of the doubt when interpreting ambiguous federal statutes. Courts did so through a two-step inquiry. First, a reviewing court applied ordinary principles of statutory interpretation to determine whether a statute was ambiguous. If the statute was unambiguous, then the inquiry was at an end, and the court gave the statute its unambiguous meaning. However, if the statute was ambiguous, the reviewing court deferred to the agency's reasonable interpretation of it. This two-step framework guided judicial decisions for decades and was cited nearly 18,000 times by federal courts prior to Loper Bright. Although courts invoked Chevron to interpret statutes across all sectors, its effects are particularly pronounced in the communications context. For example, the Supreme Court remarked in its 1999 AT&T versus Iowa Utilities Board decision, it would be gross understatement to say that the Telecommunications Act of 1996 is not a model of clarity. It is in many important respects a model of ambiguity, or indeed even self-contradiction. And in its 2013 City of Arlington versus FCC decision, the court rejected a broad attack on Chevron that would have exempted from deference agency constructions that expanded an agency's jurisdiction. The Supreme Court's decision in Loper Bright. On June 28, 2024, the Supreme Court overruled Chevron. The court's merits analysis was straightforward. In the Administrative Procedure Act, APA, Congress provided that a reviewing court shall decide all questions of law. That provision, the court found, mirrored a long-standing pre-APA norm under which agencies were allowed to resolve questions of fact. But judges were charged with independently interpreting the meaning of statutes. Given this text and history, the court held that the APA means what it says. Reviewing courts, and not federal agencies, are tasked with interpreting the meaning of statutes. And Chevron defied the command of the APA and holding otherwise. Finding Chevron wrong on the merits, the court next found that overruling the case was consistent with stare decisis. Stare decisis is a doctrine that requires courts to consider several prudential factors before overruling a decision, such as its workability and any reliance interests it has created. The court found Chevron unworkable because the doctrine applied only when a statute was ambiguous, but courts lacked a well-defined standard to determine when a statute was unclear enough to be deemed ambiguous. So is that the court saying that they didn't know what the fuck they were doing for 18,000 decisions? Interesting. The court also found that this deficiency rendered Chevron an intermediate legal principle, such that it did not generate meaningful reliance by regulated parties. Thus, the court explained it was time to leave Chevron behind. So how will courts interpret statutes post-Chevron? Courts must exercise their independent judgment in deciding whether an agency has acted within its statutory authority. In conducting that independent review, they may give due respect, but not deference, to agencies' interpretations. And they must respect Congress's express statutory delegations of discretion to agencies. For example, when a statute directs the agency to define statutory terms or promulgate appropriate regulations while simultaneously ensuring agencies stay within the bounds of the discretion they have been granted. Finally, the court explained that its decision does not call into question prior cases that relied on the Chevron framework. The holdings of those cases that specific agency actions are lawful, the court explained, are still good law entitled to statutory stare decisis. The Loper Bright decision, standing alone, is not enough to justify overruling a statutory precedent. So even though many Chevron decisions technically are wrongly decided following Loper Bright, they're not formally overruled and may not be overruled unless the stare decisis factors counsel in favor of that result. So, for now, all Chevron cases decided pre-Loper Bright are still the law of the land. Implications for telecommunications, media, and technology. Loper Bright fundamentally changes the landscape of federal regulation. On questions of statutory interpretation, Chevron tipped the scales in the government's favor for decades. One study found that courts of appeals applied Chevron deference 77% of the time, and that agencies were significantly more likely to win when a court afforded it deference. Now that the Supreme Court has prohibited this often decisive advantage, agency rules and orders will be more vulnerable to legal challenges. Although Loper Bright's holding is not limited to any sector, its impacts will be particularly acute across the telecommunications, media, and technology sectors. Indeed, as Wiley previously explained, much of the oral argument in Loper Bright centered on technologies like cryptocurrency, broadband, and artificial intelligence. And that focus is understandable because these sectors are inherently dynamic. When Congress enacted the Communications Act of 1934, it could hardly have envisioned the internet or social media. When it enacted the Federal Trade Commissions Act of 1914, AI was still science fiction. The nature of these technologies has often led Congress to lean heavily on sectoral agencies to fill in interpretive gaps, the precise kind of agency action that will no longer receive Chevron deference. Regulated parties should consider both the opportunities and the risks presented by this changed regulatory landscape. To begin, proposed or newly promulgated regulations will be more vulnerable to statutory authority challenges under Loper Bright's more petitioner-friendly standard of review. Agencies will now have the burden of showing that their new initiatives are justified under the best reading of the relevant statute, not merely a reasonable reading of such statutes. Previous regulations, even those upheld by a court, may also now be subject to fresh challenges. Indeed, this term in Corner Post versus Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, the court clarified that the APA's 6-year statute of limitations starts running when a party is injured, not when a rule is promulgated. Although not all agency actions will be impacted by Corner Post, the combination of its more relaxed limitations period and Loper Bright's more petitioner-friendly review standard opens the door for parties to challenge older regulations. Enforcement actions will likewise be affected by Loper Bright. If an agency adopts an aggressive reading of a statute when it pursues penalties or other remedies, it will have to defend that reading without resort to deference on appeal. And the court's decision this term in Jarksy versus SEC throws yet another wrench into agency enforcement, holding that some administrative enforcement schemes trigger the Seventh Amendment and require a jury trial. Both Loper Bright and Jarksy will give enforcement targets additional avenues to push back against agency enforcers. Regulated parties should be prepared to grapple with this changed landscape in their advocacy before both federal agencies and reviewing courts. It will be years before the full extent of Loper Bright is realized across the telecommunications, media, and technology sectors. But it will touch everything from broadband to privacy and cybersecurity to artificial intelligence and cryptocurrency to broadcast and social media regulation and much more. Wiley, and then it's has a deep bench of attorneys monitoring this issue in both its issues and appeals and telecommunication and telecom media and technology groups. Okie dokie. And to contact one of their lawyers or one of their authors for more information about this dynamic area of the law. Alrighty. And the authors for this include Sarah M. Baxenberg, Jeremy J. Broggie, I don't know how to fucking say your names, dude, Thomas M. Johnson Jr., Joshua S. Turner, Melissa Alba, and Boyd Garrett. Okie dokie. So, next, we are going to go over the Supreme Court of the United States final arguments. But before we do, let's just marinate here. So this is going to basically could impact everything about anything that could be regulated by an agency. So people are understanding that this is going to be literally applied to every single aspect of business, commerce, and our lives. But because of the 18,000 rulings have had the most decision making in, there's going to be a lot of ramifications possible in regards to telecommunications, media, and technology sectors. So that is the summary of this article in relation to everything. All right, so hold your ears because some loud music is about to play. We're going to take a quick break. I don't know how long, but it shouldn't be longer than 15 minutes tops. So we're going to take a quick break. Loud music incoming. just needed some time because I could feel my voice, and I was like, oof. Yeah, I need a little breaky break. I did some stretches, got a new drink, used the bathroom, all that. Um, so I'm hoping I'm not gonna spend too long on this, hopefully, but maybe I will. I don't know how I am, but I'm gonna try and skim and scan this. But we're basically gonna be reading a good bit of it, I think. Hopefully not too much of it because this is really long. This is a lot. We gotta find a way to skim and scan this. So we ain't gonna read. There's no way I got time to get through all of this. But we're gonna skim and scan. What I think I'm gonna be doing is kind of like read the beginning of it, read the end of it, and kind of like read maybe like the first line of each paragraph or something like that, and skip through it. But okay. Um. So let's skim and scan through now from the Supreme Court of the United States the final decisions for the Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo court case. So, the court granted certiorari shit. Fuck, we did the goddamn. Hold up. The court granted.
This is indeed a confusing
Fuck,
word
just tell me the
that
fucking
can be said
word.
two different ways. Certiorari.
Certiorari, whatever the fuck. Okay. The court granted certiorari in these cases limited to the question whether Chevron USA Inc. versus Natural Resources Defense Council Inc. 467 U.S. 837, what the fuck, I don't know, should be overruled or clarified. Under the Chevron doctrine, courts have sometimes been required to defer to permissible agency interpretations of the statutes those agencies administer. Each when a reviewing court reads the statute differently. In each case below, the reviewing courts applied Chevron's framework to resolve in favor of the government challenges by petitioners to a rule promulgated by the National Marine Fisheries Services pursuant to the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which incorporates the Administrative Procedure Act, held. The Administrative Procedure Act requires courts to exercise their independent judgment in deciding whether an agency has acted within its statutory authority, and courts may not defer to an agency interpretation of the law simply because a statute is ambiguous. Chevron is overruled. Article 3 of the Constitution assigns to the federal judiciary the responsibility and power to adjudicate cases and controversies, concrete disputes with consequences for the parties involved. The framers appreciated that the laws judges would necessarily apply and resolving those disputes would not always be clear, but envisioned that the final interpretation of the laws would be the proper and peculiar province of the courts. As Chief Justice Marshall declared in the foundational decision of Marbury v. Madison, it is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. In the decades following Marbury, when the meaning of a statute was at issue, the judicial role was to interpret the act of Congress in order to ascertain the rights of the parties. Okay, well, my argument is, yeah, but if it's about making the law, then doesn't that fall back to the legislative branch? And if the law is in dispute, so therefore it needs to be made because you can't make a decision about about a case that wasn't presented yet in the law, shouldn't it revert back to legislative to write in a situation for that scenario? Putting it out there, checks and balances. Okie dokie. But yeah, then it says, in the decades following Marbury, when the meaning of a statute was at issue, the judicial role was to interpret the act of Congress in order to ascertain the rights of the parties. The court recognized from the outset, though, that the exercising independent judgment it often included according due respect to executive branch interpretations of federal statutes. Such respect was thought especially warranted when an executive branch interpretation was issued roughly contemporaneously with enactment of the statute and remained consistent over time. The court also gave the most respectful consideration to executive branch interpretations, simply because the officers concerned were usually able men and the masters of the subject who may well have drafted the laws at issue. United States versus Moore, 95 U.S., something I don't know. Respect, though, was just that. The views of the executive branch could inform the judgment of the judiciary, but did not supersede it. In cases where a court's own judgment differed from that of other high functionaries, the court was not at liberty to surrender or to waive it. Okay. So up until this point, I have read all of the beginning of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, first like 5 paragraphs, okay? So from here on out, I'm going to just kind of skip and scan. I'm going to focus on the beginnings of this shit, and then if anything stands out to me, comment on that. And then what I think I'll also do is, and then I'm going to focus on the conclusion. I might read a bit more of the conclusion there. But what I think I'm going to do is do perhaps a whole nother live stream or two where I might actually read this whole fucking thing. If I feel called, we're going to skim the whole thing. And if I feel like I should read the whole thing, I might. Just because I feel like they're hiding shit. And I kind of want to look at this as an example of why are looking into the Supreme Court cases important when you're making these decisions? Because what are the words being used in here that could be, impact everything about our lives and everything like that. So, now, from here on out, let's keep skipping through. We're going to keep skipping through. So, next paragraph, the beginning of that says, during the rapid expansion of the administrative process that took place during the New Deal era, the court often treated agency determinations of fact as binding on the courts, provided that there was evidence to support the findings. But the court did not extend similar deference to agency resolutions of questions of law. Next paragraph. Occasionally during this period, the court applied differential review after concluding that a particular statute empowered an agency to decide how a broad statutory term applied to specific facts found by the agency. Next one. And then, so now we're going into B. So before we had discussed with A, Chevron is overruled because of A, Article 3 of the Constitution regarding federal judiciary responsibility power. And now we're going into it's overruled because of B, Congress in 1946 enacted the APA as a check upon administrators whose zeal might otherwise have carried. I apologize. I am going to pause right here because I see my captioner acting up. Ding, 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 ding. I'm just going to refresh the captioner real quick here. Testing, 1, 2, testing. Fucking stupid ass bitch. That's probably ableist. I gotta work on that. Okie dokie. Moving on back here. Alrighty, so back to B. Congress in 1946 enacted the APA as a check upon administrators whose zeal might otherwise have carried them to excesses not contemplating legislation creating their offices. This is interesting to me because I really think that it is, in this case, the Supreme Court is trying to have too much power in their hands, personally. Just putting it out there. And I feel like they're kind of like weaponizing language that they're doing against others. In a way, they're accusing others of doing what they're doing to them. It's just funny to me how that is working here. Okie dokie. Next paragraph. Courts exercising independent judgment in determining the meaning of statutory provisions consistent with the APA may, as they have from the start, seek aid from the interpretations of those responsible for implementing particular statutes. Next paragraph, C. So this is the third reason that they're giving for overturning it. They're saying that the inference that Chevron requires a court's reviewing agency action cannot be squared with the APA. And reason one for this third reason is that Chevron was decided in 1984 by a bare quorum of 6 justices, triggered a marked departure from the traditional judicial approach of independently examining each statute to determine its meaning. The question in the case was whether an Environmental Protection Agency EPA regulation was consistent with the term stationary source as used in the Clean Air Act. So that's how the Clean Air Act is coming into play here. Okay. So, next paragraph. Although the court did not first treat Chevron as the watershed decision it was fated to become, the court and the courts of appeals were soon routinely invoking its framework as a governing standard in cases involving statutory questions of agency authority. The court eventually decided that the Chevron rested on the presumption that Congress, when it left ambiguity in a statute meant for implementation by an agency, understood that the ambiguity would be resolved, first and foremost, by the agency, and desired the agency, rather than the courts, to possess whatever degree of discretion the ambiguity allows. So, number 2. So this is the second reason for the third reason that Chevron was overturned. The third reason that Chevron was overturned was that Chevron required courts to review agency action that cannot be squared with the APA. The first reason they gave for that was that Chevron was decided with a marked departure from its original reason. And the second reason they're giving is that neither Chevron nor any subsequent decision of the court attempted to reconcile its framework with the APA. In my opinion, you had 18,000 cases of citing Chevron between then and now for someone to make that argument. So for it to statistically not have mattered 18,000 times until now shows that it has a very statistical low rate of being an issue in day-to-day affairs. So based on the numbers alone, you're kind of disproving your own fucking point there, aren't you now? Anyway, so then they say in the next paragraph, Chevron cannot be reconciled with the APA by presuming that statutory ambiguities are implicit delegations to agencies. That presumption does not approximate reality. It's interesting that you don't think that agencies can presume shit that approximate reality when the purpose of an agency is for there to be people who are actually experienced in the field of the issue being discussed in order to make a decision on it. However, you think you should make a decision on something that you have no experience on. That is wild to me about what you are confusing presumption with approximate reality here. Interesting. Okie dokie. Their next paragraph, they say, perhaps most fundamentally, Chevron's presumption is misguided because agencies have no special competence in resolving statutory ambiguities. Courts do. Why does that just sound like it's more about some type of power move and authority issue rather than about who should be the best decision maker for understanding the outcome of this case? Doesn't that seem a little bit like you're not perhaps biased? Maybe that has to do with your financial ties. I don't know. Just a thought. Okie dokie. Maybe you should have fucking recused yourselves, bitches. Okie doke. So, now, number 3. So this is the third reason, so the third reason that they're giving for Chevron being overturned, and the third reason for that third reason. And that first, it was because they were saying that, well, this wasn't what it was originally supposed to be used for. Well, that's interesting because it seems that 18,000 other judgments and previous cited cases would be disproving of that, which must be why you don't want stare decisis involved now, is it? Now, fucking, am I saying that right? But, okie dokie, now let's move on here. Then they're saying, wow, and if that's not a reason, another reason they're giving is because any of these decisions for all 18,000 of these decisions were not consistent with the laws. Well, that's interesting. So you're saying you're the only one that's inconsistent with the law, but 18,000 others weren't. Okie dokie. Alright. Okay. Ready? Okay. And then the third one, they're saying the government responds that Congress must generally intend for agencies to resolve statutory ambiguities because agencies have subject matter expertise regarding the statutes they administer. Wow. Okay, so, because okay, there's not the end of that. All right, let's keep going. Because deferring to agencies purportedly promotes the uniform construction of federal law, and because resolving statutory ambiguities can involve policymaking best left to political actors rather than courts. But none of these considerations justifies the sweeping presumption of congressional intent. So, you're saying that Congress can't tell you what their own intent is? Now it seems like it's not even about power imbalance, it's about autonomy issues, isn't it? Okie dokie. Next paragraph. As the court recently noted, interpretive issues arising in connection with a regulatory scheme may fall more naturally into a judge's bailiwick than an agency's. They just repeated what the fuck I just said now, didn't they? Next paragraph. Nor does a desire for the uniform construction of federal law justify Chevron. It is unclear how much the Chevron doctrine as a whole actually promotes such uniformity, and in any event, we see no reason to presume that Congress prefers uniformity for uniformity's sake over the correct interpretation of the laws it enacts. Next paragraph. Finally, the view that interpretation of ambiguous statutory provisions amounts to policy making suited for political actors rather than courts is especially mistaken because it rests on a profound misconception of the judicial role. So, it seems like, how are you saying this rests on a profound misconception of the judicial role if you're arguing about its relationship to the congressional intent? Aren't those separate? Alrighty. So. Oh, I just had my elbow. And then number 4. And number 4 is the fourth part of reason C that they want Chevron overturned. And I've repeated number 1 and 2 twice, so we'll go over number 3 again. So again, number 1, fuck it, here we go. Number 1, they're trying to be like, oh, well, you don't know its original meaning, and also fucking all those other 18,000 decisions weren't legally aligned, and also you don't know the difference between congressional intent and fucking judicial legal authority is basically what the fuck they're saying, in my opinion. And then number 4, they're saying, because Chevron's justifying presumption is, as members of the court have often recognized, a fiction, the court has spent the better part of 4 decades imposing one limitation on Chevron after another. Confronted with the Hold on, that makes no fucking sense. How are you saying there's limitations on this if you're saying that? How can there be limitations? Aren't you the one imposing the limitation? I don't understand that. You're saying you need to impose limitations on the legal statutes of Chevron to overturn it because other people have made Chevron restrictive. But then you're saying it's not that it's restrictive, it's that we don't understand the intent and you're the one who needs to make the decisions. Is that what's happening here? I don't understand their own fucking argument, do they? Is it because I don't know legalese, or is it because they're being little pieces of shit? You know what the fuck I'm saying? Alright. Fucking yeah, these people are a joke. Alrighty. And then, so now we're going back into reasons to overturn Chevron, which is D, stare decisis. The doctrine governing judicial adherence to precedent does not require the court to persist in the Chevron project. The stare decisis considerations most relevant here: the quality of the precedent's reasoning, the workability of the rule it established, and reliance on the decision. Chevron has proved to be fundamentally misguided. No, it hasn't. You've just proved to be fundamentally power hungry. Anyway, because here's why I think that. Let's take it all the way to the top. They're saying basically in A, that they don't fucking like this shit because of the issue with who has the responsibility and power to educate decisions here. And then they're saying, where's B at? B for bitches. Then they're saying it's because of the checks and balances. And they're trying to place, I feel that they are trying to place a scapegoat onto a party who is trying to ensure checks and balances. They're trying to put that party as a scapegoat, as being the power hungry one, so they can take that power from them, in my opinion. And then C, then they go into all the reasons they want Chevron to be overturned because of how they claim it doesn't align with other laws. But in that argument, all they really fucking argue is four, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4 reasons why right here they're basically saying, all they really say is they don't like it because other people have the ability to say things who are actually informed on the topic and they want to be the ones to make the decisions. That's basically all the fuck I'm getting from this. They're not, in my opinion, they're not actually providing legal arguments for what is the issue with Chevron. In my opinion, all they're doing is using the law to justify taking power from people who are informed on the issue in order to make decisions that financially benefit them. Anyway, fucking, then in the next paragraph, they say experience has also shown that Chevron is unworkable. 18,000 previous cited cases, I feel, would be evidence that that is not necessarily the case. In my opinion, just throwing it out there. It's been workable before, so what the fuck changed besides your fucking money? Anyway, then they say, nor has Chevron fostered meaningful reliance. So 18,000 cases being cited in federal court for a decision is not meaningful reliance. Huh. Okie dokie. But, you know, excuse me, I'm just a mindless little dumbass bitch, doesn't know shit, apparently. Excuse me. Rip-a-doo. I'm just a fucking not an attorney. Apparently I don't know about the fucking law. The fuck these bitches that fucking suck my fucking dick. Anyway, and then they say, the only way to ensure that the law will not merely change erratically, but will develop in a principled and intelligible fashion is for the court to leave Chevron behind. How is this the only way There's only one way to do something. All right. This is why I think it's about control. There's no reasoning here for the actual premise of how the law negatively impacts everyday society, other than just degrading it because they don't like it, because they want to make choices at the end of the day. But they're using very big sentences to basically just say that in summary. Okie dokie. Um, and this was the syllabus. And then it goes into the opinion of the court. Fuck, man. There's a lot of shit in here. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna read. I'm not gonna read all of this. I'm just gonna read the beginning of each of these sections from here on out. Okay, guys? And then I'll debate whether or not I want to do another live stream or two to read the whole fucking thing if I really want to do it. But I might not do that at all because this is a lot of shit to read. I might, we'll just marinate on that idea if I should. But for now, I'm just going to go through and read like the first of each of these little sections. So, now we're on opinion of the court. And the beginning of it says, Chief Justice Roberts delivered the opinion of the court. Since our decision in Chevron USA Inc. versus Natural Resources Defense Council Inc., we have sometimes required courts to defer to permissible agency interpretations of the statutes those agencies administer, even when a reviewing court reads the statute differently. In these cases, we consider whether that doctrine should be overruled. And then it gives, I think it gives an introduction. It says I, and then it goes into like A, B, C. So I'll read this I, but I'm going to skip that A, B, C. So what I think is the introduction says, well, I think that was the summary, and this is the introduction. It says, our Chevron doctrine requires courts to use a two-step framework to interpret statutes administered by federal agencies. After determining that a case satisfies the various preconditions we have set for Chevron to apply, a reviewing court must first assess whether Congress has directly spoken to the precise question at issue. If, and only if, congressional intent is clear, that is the end of the inquiry. But if the court determines that the statute is silent or ambiguous with respect to the specific issue at hand, the court must, at Chevron's second step, defer to the agency's interpretation if it is based on a permissible construction of the statute. The reviewing courts in each of the cases before us applied Chevron's framework to resolve in favor of the government challenges to the same agency rule. And then let's scroll down here. Is there a conclusion? So there was like a part, oh, that's part one. Oh, okay, and then there's a part two with A, B, and C. Now I see. Okay, well, I'm not going to read part two, just goes immediately into part A, So part one had that little blurb, and then it had an A, B, and C that I didn't read. Part two doesn't have a little blurb before it's part A, so I'm going to acknowledge its existence and keep scrolling. So then there's an A, there's an B, and there's a bunch of shit under A, B, and C that I'm not reading. There's a C here. Oh, and then there's a part three. And the beginning of the part three says, the deference that Chevron requires of courts reviewing agency action cannot be squared with the APA. And we already discussed all of that in my bullshit fuckery before. And so then we scroll down. There's just an A and a B. And then in B, and under that B, we've got a 1 and a 2. And a 3. And a bunch of paragraphs that I'm not reading. And then it goes into a 4. And is this 4? This 4 has a bunch of paragraphs. It doesn't have an A, B, and C. It just has a bunch of paragraphs. We'll just read the first paragraph of this 4 right here. It says, the only question left is whether stare decisis, the doctrine governing judicial adherence to precedent, requires us to persist in the Chevron project. It does not. Stare decisis is not an inexorable command. Payne versus Tennessee. The stare decisis considerations most relevant here: the quality of the precedent's reasoning, the workability of the rule established, and reliance on the decision, all weigh in favor of letting Chevron go. Well, I've already discussed why the fuck I disagree with that, but my opinion is because, the 18,000 other cases set precedent that there is workability for it. And that, you're using stare decisis as a reason to ignore 18,000 other cases. But you don't really have a reason other than you're saying, I'm ignoring the precedent of 18,000 other cases because I'm deciding stare decisis applies. But then your reasoning for applying stare decisis, in my opinion, should enforce the precedent of the 18,000 other cases, in my opinion, because clearly it worked. So fuck you guys. Anyway, and then we're gonna keep scrolling through all of this shit. Ding, 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 ding. But yeah. And then after that, it has like 3 little stars and some more paragraphs here. So I'm gonna read these last three paragraphs here. Seem important, so I'm going to read this conclusion on that opinion issued. It says, the dissent ends by quoting Chevron. Judges are not experts in the field. That's what the fuck I've been saying. That depends, of course, on what the field is. If it is legal interpretation, that has been empathetically the province and duty of the Judicial Department for at least 221 years. But it's not necessarily legal interpretation, because if the legal interpretation cannot be interpreted, then you have to write a case law for it in the moment. Therefore, it's more about writing a procedure for that situation. Because you already decided you couldn't interpret it. Alright? So fuck you. Anyway. And then they say the rest of the dissent selected epigraph is that judges are not part of either political branch. Indeed, judges have always been expected to apply their judgment independent of the political branches when interpreting the laws those branches enact. Well, application of this statement would show that that is a lie. Anyway, the Federalist number 78 at 523. And one of those laws, the APA, bars judges from disregarding that responsibility just because an executive branch agency views a statute differently. But here's what the Chevron deference only applies if a judicial branch couldn't give an interpretation of the law. You fucking dipshit, fuck you. So therefore, that argument doesn't apply to overturning it for the case you overturn it on. Alright? Thank you. Boop. Anyway, and then they say Chevron is overruled. Fuck you. Courts must exercise their independent judgment in deciding whether an agency has acted within its statutory authority. As the APA requires, careful attention to the judgment of the executive branch may help inform that inquiry. And when a particular statute delegates authority to an agency consistent with constitutional limits, courts must respect the delegation. That line right there just has South Park Cartman in my head. Respect my authority, while ensuring that the agency acts within it. But courts need not, and under the APA may not, defer to an agency interpretation of the law simply because a statute is ambiguous. Bruh. You're the one. Okay, you know what? I already said it. Alright, you know what? Because the DC and First Circuits relied on Chevron in deciding whether to uphold the rule, their judgments are vacated and the cases are remanded for further proceedings consistent with this opinion. It is so ordered. In my opinion, this should basically say, because we stand to profit off of decisions we are making today, we want you guys to ignore the fact that money is flowing into our pocket and act like we're not hungry, money hungry. I cannot speak. Pieces of shit. Fuck you guys, man. All right, let's keep going. And then this goes into the writ of certiorari. Fuck, I can't do it. Certiorari? Is that it? Certiorari? On writ of certiorari, don't know how to say that word, to the United States Courts of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. And this one is about relentless, and the other one will focus more on Loper Bright versus Enterprises versus Raimondo. I'm gonna skip um no, they got both. Oh, okay. It's got Loper Bright as well as the Relentless. I'm definitely gonna skip the Relentless shit and just focus on the thing. Alright, so this is just Thomas. Oh, these are the different opinions from different judges. Shit, I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at, y'all. Alright. So this is from Justice Thomas. Fuck you. He said, I join the court's opinion in full because it correctly concludes that Chevron USA Inc. versus Natural Resources Defense Council must finally be overruled. That doesn't, because in my opinion, the reasons you give for concluding it being overruled are pretty hypocritical and contradictory to the reasons you give. Okie dokie. Yeah. And then he said, under Chevron, a judge was required to adopt an agency's interpretation of an ambiguous statute, so long as the agency had the permissible construction of the statute. As the court explains, that deference does not comport with the Administrative Procedure Act, which requires judges to decide all relevant questions of law and interpret constitutional and statutory provisions when reviewing an agency action. So they're saying, because judges can't make up their mind about what should be the legal resolution on specific issues, instead of allowing people of the field to weigh in on what should be the legal practice for that written law, they want to allow the Supreme Court judges to have even greater control over what laws will be created in relation to these cases. In my opinion, is basically what's happening, but instead of acknowledging that that's what they're doing, they're trying to spin it as, oh, we're just interpreting the laws that already exist. But no, because the law that already exists is basically saying, what if it's not interpretable? Let's let people who have the capacity to interpret it do so. And you're trying to say that people who are experts in their field shouldn't have the autonomy to govern themselves, but I disagree with you, dip fuck. Your job is to uphold and interpret the law, not to write it. Thank you, okie dokie. And then he says, I write separately to underscore a more fundamental problem. Chevron deference also violates our Constitution's separation of powers that I previously explained at length. No, you didn't. You're a dumbass. See, my friends told me I should be a lawyer, but I disagree because I can't be a fucking lawyer. What the fuck am I gonna do? Go up in there? Your Honor, these guys are clearly fucking idiots. Like, that's not gonna win me in court. But it's really fun to shit talk here. Anyway, Chevron compels judges to abdicate their Article 3 judicial power. Are you fucking kidding me? So if people making decisions from themselves abdicate your judicial power, maybe you just want more judicial power. Huh. I'm just putting it out there. So this is about power. This isn't about who should be the expert on a field. Now, is it? And then they say, Chevron deference also permits the executive branch to exercise powers not given to it. That's not true. It's clearly outlined what can and can't be done under it. You know what I'm saying? But do people under the law potentially use that as a reason to do what they want? Potentially, but if that is done that way, it's only because other judges allow them to do so. So how are you saying give judges more power if you're trying to claim that judges don't have the authority to use the laws correctly? Make that make sense. Wouldn't your argument therefore imply that perhaps we should let the Chevron deference stay? And then it says, Chevron deference cannot be salvaged by recasting it as deference to an agency's formulation of policy. Now you're just making shit up. This is like me saying, a total car cannot be salvaged by taking apart its parts and building a new car. That depends entirely on how bad the wreck is. You can't apply that to every case without knowing the situation. What are you gonna fucking do? Just tell the car insurance companies, yeah, you don't have to see if a car is total. Just anytime a car is damaged, it can't be salvaged. Fuck it. That's what the fuck you sound like, man. The fuck you talking about? These people are a joke. Anyway. Chevron deference was not a harmless transfer of power. then why are you trying to overturn it? I'm just gonna keep going. Oh, Gore sucks ass. My dude, fuck you. This dude said, in disputes between individuals and the government about the meaning of a federal law, federal courts have traditionally sought to offer independent judgments about what the law is, without favor to either side. Marbury versus Madison. Beginning in the mid-1980s, however, this court experimented with a radically different approach. Applying Chevron deference, judges began deferring to the views of executive agency officials about the meaning of federal statutes. With time, the era of this approach became widely appreciated. I would say that 18,000 prior cases would kind of be, contradictory of so. And then to cite, we have upheld this decision since 2016 when you're the same fucks that have been doing this fucking shit. You're the same group of those fucks being like, yeah, I agree with what I've been doing. What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck you. So yeah, fuck you. And then they're saying no one can miss it because we're the only ones making decisions and we don't miss it because we don't want it here because we want more power. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, fuck you, bitch. Anyway, and then he just says a lot more utter bullshit that I'm not gonna fucking read right now because fuck him, he's making me mad, alright? Fuck you, you're stupid, and I hate you. I'm probably being ableist right now. I gotta work on that. We're gonna decolonize at a later time frame on this concept here. Okay, I'm not reading his A, B, or C bullshit for his like 1 or 2 bullshit. You know what? No, I'm not gonna read the beginning of this. You know what? Never mind. I read the beginning of the 1. Maybe I'll read the beginning of 2. Okay, now he's talking about the stare decisis. So turning now directly to the question what stare decisis affect Chevron deference warrants. Each of these lessons seems to be firmly in favor of the course the court charts today. Lesson 1. Because Chevron deference contravenes the law Congress prescribed in the Administrative Procedure Act. I disagree with that. I've already discussed how, like, if that was really the case in regards to that, then are you saying anytime that the judges can't interpret a law, the judges are just going to now begin writing new laws? In my opinion, that's you trying to overstep into the executive branch. Or into the legislative branch. Did I say branch? Shit. So you're trying to commingle the judicial branch with executive and legislative powers, in my opinion. Like, what do you think you're doing with this? Okay. Wait, did I finish reading this shit? And then he said, lesson two, because Chevron deference runs against mainstream currents in our law regarding the separation of powers, due process, and central interpretive rules that fortify those constitutional commitments. Um, the mainstream currents in our law are you overturning the abortion ban. So I really don't want to hear you talking shit about separation of powers and due process while you're trying to regulate my fucking body and disregard my autonomy. Lesson three. Because to hold otherwise would effectively require us to endow stray statements in Chevron with the authority of statutory language, all while ignoring more considered language in that same decision and the teachings of experience. Well, we've already established that you don't have the field of expertise to be having a teaching of experience on the decisions you're trying to weigh in on. So why don't you fuck off, bitch? Okie dokie. And now we're gonna keep scrolling down here. Doom doom. Let's see here. I don't want to read the rest of this shit. Fuck that dude. He sucks ass. Neil Gorsuch sucks ass. Where is the conclusion at? God damn, you talk so much shit. I ain't reading all this, but he said a lot of shit. Fuck. Maybe I will come back and read this on a better mental health day or something like that. But if I do read this, it's gonna be a minute. I'm gonna need a break before I come back to this because fuck this dude. He sucks ass, dude. Like, fucking kidding me? Fuck this fucking guy. I'm going to read the first and last paragraph of his third section here. So he says, proper respect for precedent helps keep the scale of justice even and steady by, you know what, I can't read the rest of this now, by reinforcing decisional rules consistent with the law upon which all can rely. Then why the fuck aren't you having proper respect for the precedent of 18,000 other cases that relied on this ruling? Yeah, fuck you. So you just contradicted yourself right there. And let's see how he ends this. He says, well, you know what? I'm going to need the context of the rest of this conclusion to understand how this sentence makes sense. He says, proper respect for precedents does not begin to suggest otherwise. Suggest otherwise of what? But you know what? I'm not going to go read the rest of that right now. We'll have to come back to that. Then he says, stare decisis' true lesson today is not that we are bound to respect Chevron's startling development, but bound to inter it. So you're saying the concept of whether or not the authority for people who are experienced in a field to have autonomy over the laws that regulate them is not bound to respect is that you are not bound to the development of what people want for themselves, but you're going to stop it. That's kind of all I'm getting from this concept. What about democracy, my dude? All right, and then Kagan. Justice Kagan, with whom Justice Sotomayor and Justice Jackson join dissenting. And Justice Jackson did not participate in this consideration or the decision and joins this opinion only as it applies to, okay, she didn't participate in the consideration or decision in regards to Loper, only in regards to the relentless one. You know what I'm saying? All right. So so they said for 40 years, the Chevron USA Inc. versus National Resources Defense Council has served as a cornerstone of administrative law, allocating responsibility for statutory construction between courts and agencies. Under Chevron, a court uses all its normal interpretive tools to determine whether Congress has spoken to an issue. If the court finds Congress has done so, that is the end of the matter. The agency's views makes no difference. But if the court finds at the end of its interpretive work that Congress has left an ambiguity or gap, then a choice must be made. Who should give contempt to a statute when Congress's instructions have run out? Should it be a court? Or should it be the agency Congress has charged with administering the statute? The answer Chevron gives is that it should usually be the agency within the bounds of reasonableness. That rule has formed the backdrop against which Congress, courts, and agencies, as well as regulated parties and the public, all have operated for decades. It has been applied in thousands of judicial decisions. It has become part of the warp and woof of modern government, supporting regulatory efforts of all kinds, to name a few, keeping air and water clean, food and drugs safe, and financial markets honest. And the rule is right. This court has long understood Chevron deference to reflect what Congress would want, and so to be rooted in a presumption of legislative intent. Congress knows that it does not, in fact cannot, write perfectly complete regulatory statutes. It knows that those statutes will inevitably contain ambiguities that some other actor will have to resolve, and gaps that some other actor will have to fill. And it would usually prefer that actor to be the responsible agency, not a court. Some interpretive issues arising in a regulatory context involve scientific or technical subject matter. Agencies have expertise in those areas. Courts do not. Some demand a detailed understanding of complex and interdependent regulatory programs. Agencies know those programs inside out. Again, courts do not. And some present policy choices, including trade-offs between competing goods. And some present policy choices, including trade-offs between competing goods. Agencies report to a president, who in turn answers to the public for his policy calls. Courts have no such accountability and no proper basis for making policy. And of course, Congress has conferred on that expert, experienced, and politically accountable agency the authority to administer, to make rules about, and otherwise implement the statute giving rise to the ambiguity or gap. Put all that together, and deference to the agency is the almost obvious choice, based on an implicit congressional delegation of interpretive authority. We defer, the court has explained, because a presumption that Congress would have desired the agency, rather than the courts, to exercise whatever degree of discretion the statute allows. Today, the court flips the script. It is now the courts, rather than the agency, that will wield power when Congress has left an area of interpretive discretion. A rule of judicial humility gives way to a rule of judicial hubris. In recent years, this court has too often taken for itself decision-making authority Congress assigned to agencies. The court has substituted its own judgment on workplace health for that of the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, its own judgment on climate change for that of the Environmental Protection Agency, and its own judgment on student loans for that of the Department of Education. But evidently, that was for this court all too piecemeal. In one fell swoop, the majority today gives itself exclusive power over every open issue, no matter how expertise-driven or policy-laden, involving the meaning of regulatory law. As it did not have enough on its plate, the majority turns itself into the country's administrative czar. Is that how you say that word? It defends that move as one, suddenly, required by the nearly 80-year-old Administrative Procedure Act. But the Act makes no such demand. Today's decision is not one Congress directed. It is entirely the majority's choice. The majority cannot destroy one doctrine of judicial humility without making a laughingstock of a second. If opinions had titles, a good candidate for today's would be hubris squared. That is funny. Stare decisis is, among other things, a way to remind judges that wisdom often lies in what prior judges have done. It is a break on the urge to convert every new judge's opinion into a new legal rule or regime. Chevron is entrenched precedent entitled to the protection of stare decisis, as even the majority acknowledges. In fact, Chevron is entitled to the supercharged version of that doctrine because Congress could always overrule the decision, and because so many governmental and private actors have relied on it for so long. Because that is so, the majority needs a particularly special justification for its action. But the majority has nothing that would qualify. It barely tries to advance the usual factors this court invokes for overruling precedent. Its justification comes down, in the end, to this: courts must have more say over regulation over the provision of health care, the protection of the environment, the safety of consumer products, the efficacy of transportation systems, and so on. A long-standing precedent at the crux of administrative governments thus falls victim to a bald assertion of judicial authority. The majority disdains restraint and grasps for power. That's the fuck I was saying, man. Alright, I'm not gonna be able to read all of this, but let's try and read some more. Then it says, for number 1, begin with the problem that gave rise to Chevron and also its older precursors. The regulatory statutes Congress passes often contains ambiguities and gaps. Sometimes they are intentional. Perhaps Congress consciously desired an administering agency to fill in aspects of the legislative scheme, believing that regulatory experts would be in a better position than legislators to do so. Or perhaps Congress is unable to forge a coalition on either side of a question, and the contending parties decide to take their chances with the agency's resolution. Sometimes, though, the gaps or ambiguities are what may be thought of as predictable accidents. They may be the result of sloppy drafting, a not infrequent legislative occurrence, or they may arise from the well-known limits of language or foresight. And it just gives a bunch of reasons, a bunch of ideas and suggestions as to why, it could be reasonable and stuff. But yeah. Because abstract analysis can only go so far, they give some concrete examples from case law about why they think a typical Chevron question should be upheld. Because generally, as I've been saying, it's very specifically related to these niche industries where people who are experts in that field should be making decisions over people who aren't informed of that industry. And then they say, in each of the cases that they gave, which I didn't read, a statutory phrase has more than one reasonable reading, and Congress has not chosen among them. It has not in any railroad sense fixed the single best meaning at the time of enactment, to use the majority's phrase. A question thus arises: who decides which of the possible readings should govern? So that's what it's about, governments. And that's why I said this is a balance of the executive, legislative, and judicial checks and balances issue here. And why I think judicial branch is trying to dip their toes where it doesn't belong. But yeah, this court has long thought that the choice should usually fall to agencies, with courts broadly deferring to their judgments. 18,000 prior cases would be evidence of this. Yeah. And then they say, that rule, the court has long explained, rests on a presumption about legislative intent, about what Congress wants when a statute it has charged an agency with implementing contains an ambiguity or a gap. Next paragraph. For one, because agencies often know things about a statute's subject matter that courts could not hope to. The point is especially stark when the statute is of a scientific or technical nature. Next paragraph. A second idea is that Congress would value the agency's experience with how a complex regulatory regime functions and with what is needed to make it effective. Next paragraph. Still more. Chevron's presumption reflects that resolving statutory ambiguities, as Congress well knows, is often more a question of policy than of law. The task is less one of construing a text than of balancing competing goals and values. Doesn't that tie into how I feel that the Supreme Court is should have had someone recuse himself due to competing goals and values? Okay. Next paragraph. None of this is to say that deference to agencies is always appropriate. The court, over time, has fine-tuned the Chevron regime to deny deference in classes of cases in which Congress has no reason to prefer an agency to a court. The majority treats those refinements as a flaw in this scheme, but they are anything but. Consider the rule that an agency gets no deference when construing a statute it is not responsible for administering. So they're basically saying that with the Chevron deference to an agency isn't even always what they're saying to do. They're only saying to do so if it's unambiguous. If it's ambiguous. So if it's unambiguous, meaning it's clear, then obviously judicial branch would still apply in making the decision on what would be a clear interpretation of a law. But if it's ambiguous and there is no clear interpretation, that's when we're saying who should be responsible, where should that power go? And the reason I think the judicial branch is trying to take that power away from others is so they can, again, continue to control the people. Because what the fuck else are they trying to do? Like, they're profiting off of this. By taking this control over us, that's where their money is flowing as well. And the outcome is we lose human rights. Alright, next paragraph. That carefully calibrated framework reflects a sensitivity to the proper roles of the political and judicial branches. That's the fuck I've been saying. Alright, next paragraph. The majority makes 2 points in reply, neither convincing. And then it says, first, it insists that agencies have no special competence in filling gaps or resolving ambiguities in regulatory statutes. Rather, courts do. Which is interesting. They're saying people who understand law should be the ones who fill in gaps to resolve ambiguities in regulatory statutes over agencies that do have special competence in their own industry. That is interesting. So you're saying people who understand their own industry have less competence than an attorney who doesn't know that industry? I don't make that make sense. It sounds more of like it's just about you having some way to enforce your idea of what you want others to follow, instead of allowing some room for checks and balances in the judicial process. You know what I'm saying? Is there a second? Yep. And next paragraph. Second, the majority complains that an ambiguity or gap does not necessarily reflect the congressional intent that an agency should have primary interpretive authority. On that score, the authors of this do agree with the premise because it doesn't necessarily do so because it's built on the presumption. The decision does not maintain that Congress in every case wants the agency writing the court to fill in the gaps. That's Hence the difference between ambiguous and unambiguous. Now we're just talking in circles, aren't we? Next paragraph. In that respect, the proof really is in the pudding. Congress basically never says otherwise, suggesting that Chevron chose the presumption aligning with legislative intent, or in the majority's words, approximating reality. I really feel like in either argument, though, the judicial branch right now is trying to speak for Congress, and the judicial branch has no room to speak for Congress. Let Congress speak for themselves. Damn, shit. That's another reason why I'm saying you're overstepping. Okay, and then they go into, next paragraph is under this idea of number 2. So we'll read all of the first paragraph of number 2, and then we'll keep skipping through paragraphs. Okay, so then they say the majority's principal arguments are in a different vein. Around 80 years after the APA was enacted and 40 years after Chevron, the majority has decided that the former precludes the latter. Let's pause for a moment. So in less than 40 years, 18,000 cases have cited Chevron, yet you're trying to say that it doesn't fucking matter? Wow. Okie dokie. And now they're saying, the APA section 706, the majority says, makes clear that agencies' interpretation of statutes are not entitled to deference. And that provision, the majority continues, codified the contemporaneous law, which likewise did not allow for deference. See, but then neither the APA nor the pre-APA state of the law does the work that the majority claims. Both are perfectly compatible with Chevron deference. Well, that's what I'm saying. But y'all worded it more professionally and legally and shit. Whatever. Section 706, then the next paragraph begins with Section 706, enacted with the rest of the APA in 1946, provides for judicial review of agency action. It states, to the extent necessary to decision and when presented, the reviewing court shall decide all relevant questions of law, interpret constitutional and statutory provisions, and determine the meaning or applicability of the terms of an agency action. That text, contra the majority, this is the next paragraph, does not resolve the Chevron question. Or said a little bit differently, is generally in Section 706 is generally indeterminate on the matter of deference. So basically, what I think they're arguing is that their reasons for getting rid of the Chevron deference doesn't even solve what would be the procedure for the reason the Chevron deference exists now. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Wow. And then they say Section 706's references to standards of review in other contexts only further undercut the majority's argument. The majority notes that Section 706 requires deferential review for agency fact-finding and policy-making under, respectively, a substantial evidence standard and an arbitrary and capricious standard. So basically what we're saying is if we're going to decide that people who are experts in their field don't have the authority to have input on regulations that are written for their industry, then why the fuck are we going to say that someone who doesn't have any expertise in that area is going to be able to make decisions on it? It seems very, arbitrary, in my opinion. All right, next paragraph. And contra the majority, most respected commentators understood Section 706 in that way, as allowing, even if not requiring, deference. The finest administrative law scholars of the time certainly did. And then someone said, that they're giving, examples of people basically saying, that this is, how is this related to control? And that the reason that the deference even applies is when a matter is too complicated for a judge to make a decision in relation to how it would actually impact people impacted by the law. You know what I'm saying? So all of this together ties further into why I think they're overstepping with their power. Okay, and then in the next paragraph it says, nor evidently did the Supreme Court. In the years after the APA was enacted, the court never indicated that Section 706 rejected the idea that courts might defer to agency interpretations of law. Indeed, not a single justice so much as floated that view of the APA. To the contrary, the court issued a number of decisions in those years deferring to an agency's statutory interpretation. And then they cite all the legal case shit for that. Then the next paragraph. The majority's view of Section 706 likewise gets no support from how judicial review operated in the years leading up to the ADA. That prior history matters, as the majority recognizes. Section 706 was generally understood to restate the present laws to the scope of judicial review. See, this is what I don't like. They seem to be having a lot of back and forth and hypocrisy with the concept of upholding the prior precedent of this law. You know what I'm saying? It just seems like you're trying to bring into question upholding legal precedent, generally speaking now. Like, what the fuck is this? Are we overturning everything? And then next paragraph, Department of Justice Attorney General's Manual on the Administrative Procedure Act 108. You know what? That's not the next paragraph. Or was it? No, it wasn't. I apologize. Next paragraph, I'm not sure. Two prominent Supreme Court decisions of the 1940s put those principles discussed in the former paragraph that I didn't read into action. Gray versus Powell was then widely understood as the leading case on review of agency interpretations. Davis, 882, not noting that it established what is known as the doctrine of Gray versus Powell. There, the court deferred to an agency construction of the term producer as used in the statutory exemption from price controls. So here they're using price controls as an example of how this has been impacted. And in Congress, the court explained had committed the scope of the exemption to the agency because it experienced in the field great promise of a better informed, more equitable adjustment of the conflicting interests. So, they're giving an example here where formerly the judges used the deference because it was workable. So, you can't claim it wasn't workable now, can you? It was before. All right. And so, we discussed one of those. And so, next paragraph. The majority has no way around those two noteworthy decisions in terms of, acknowledging the workability of them and how they existed and everything like that. All right. Next paragraph. The majority's next rejoinder that the court was far from consistent in deferring falls equally flat. Yeah, I agree, because again, 18,000 fucking cases. Are you shitting me? And then they say the majority's whole argument for overturning Chevron relies on Section 706, but the text of Section 706 does not support that result. Agreed. That's what the fuck. Yes. Okie dokie. And then this goes into item number 3. And then now they're saying, next paragraph, and still there is worse. I'm going to stand up because I'm having a hard time sitting. I don't give a fuck. We're going to do this shit standing up now. All right. And still there is worse, because abandoning Chevron subverts every known principle of stare decisis. Of course, respecting precedent is not an inexorable command. Payne versus Tennessee. Can I bring you up? Oops. Nope, that didn't work for me. Fucking. Alright. But overthrowing it requires far more than the majority has offered up here. Chevron is entitled to stare decisis' strongest form of protection. The majority thus needs an exceptionally strong reason to overturn the decision, above and beyond thinking it wrong, and has nothing approaching such a justification. proposing only a bewildering theory about Chevron's unworkability. Pause here. Agreed. This is why I think because of the financial ties here, the only reason it's going forward is because of money. You know what I'm saying? Money and power hungry. That's what I'm saying. Now, okie dokie. Then they keep saying, just 5 years ago, this court in Kaiser rejected the plea to overrule another court case which requires judicial deference to the agency's interpretations of their own regulations. The case against overruling Chevron is at least as strong. In particular, the majority's decision today will cause a massive shock to the legal system, casting doubt on many settled constructions of statutes and threatening the interests of many parties who have relied on them for years. But yeah. Next paragraph. Adherence to precedent is a foundation stone of the rule of law. Then why did I overturn the abortion ban? And then they say stare decisis promotes then why didn't you acknowledge and uphold native treaties? Why did you violate those? And then they say stare decisis promotes the even-handed, predictable, and consistent development of legal principles. What legal principles? The whole fucking concept of the law is that it does not uphold morality. So when someone starts talking about legal principles, I'm like, great, so you're fucking unethical then. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okie dokie. Next paragraph. And Chevron is entitled to a particularly strong form of stare decisis for two separate reasons. First, it matters that Congress remains free to author what we have done. In a constitutional case, the court alone can correct an error. But that is not so here. And then they say, second, Chevron is by now much more than a single decision. Yeah, because it's been used 18,000 fucking times. And then they say, this court alone, acting as Chevron allows, has upheld an agency's reasonable interpretation of a statute at least 70 times. So you're saying that the Chevron deference has been cited 18,000 times, but in only 70 of those times, an agency actually made an interpretation of the law? Are you fucking kidding me? And they're kind of trying to act, wow. Anyway, am I getting that right? I don't know. I think I got that right, but maybe I didn't. But maybe I did. If I did, what the fuck? Okay, next paragraph. The majority says differently because this court has ignored Chevron lately. All that is left of the decision is a decaying husk with bold pretensions. Isn't that what all of you old fucks in the Supreme Court are? Decaying husks with bold pretensions? Next paragraph. The majority does no better in its main justification for overruling Chevron that the decision is unworkable. Yeah, now we're just beating a dead horse to death. Next paragraph. And Chevron is an especially puzzling decision to criticize on the ground of generating too much judicial divergence. Yeah, particularly when y'all are being hypocritical as fuck about how you're money hungry and power hungry, in my opinion. Next paragraph. The majority's second theory on workability is likewise a make-weight. Chevron, the majority complains, has some exceptions which are difficult and complicated to apply. Then why won't you just come up with a solution for what's difficult or complicated to apply, instead of basically trying to take away power from people who are experts in the field to have input on the laws that could be created regarding regulating their industry. You know what I'm saying? Next paragraph. And anyway, difficult as compared to what? The majority's prescribed way of proceeding is no walk in the park. Right? Because they're literally not resolving any of the issues they claim they have. Instead, they're just trying to take away power from someone else, but it still doesn't resolve the issue of the reason someone else would have been making a decision would only be because you weren't able to come to one. So now you're saying, no, we're not going to let you make decisions if the courts can't come to one. We're just going to keep trying and, we're just going to do what the fuck we want instead. What? Is that what's happening here? Is it because of the money? Makes no sense to me. Next paragraph. On the other side of the balance, the most important stare decisis factor, call it the jolt to the legal system issue, weighs heavily against overruling Chevron. That I can agree with. Next paragraph. The majority tries to alleviate concerns about a piece of that problem. It states that judicial decisions that have upheld agency action as reasonable under Chevron should not be overruled on that account alone. Judicial decisions that upheld agency action that's reasonable should not be overruled on the account of you don't think that Chevron should be upheld. Make that make sense. Then why don't you think that Chevron should be upheld then? If it's been doing a good job. Section 4. Judges are not experts in the field and are not part of either political branch of the government. Yeah, you're part of the judicial branch. Well, I guess, are you talking about Republican versus Democrat? And why the fuck are we acknowledging whether or not you're Republican or Democrat? That makes no sense. That's like when someone says they're not biased. Everybody's fucking biased. Are you kidding me? And then it says, those were the days when we knew what we were or not. When we knew what that is between courts and agencies, Congress would usually think agencies the better choice to resolve the ambiguities and fill the gaps in regulatory statutes because agencies are experts in the field. Like Chuck. Next paragraph. Today, the majority does not respect that judgment. Yep. It gives courts the power to make all manner of scientific and technical judgments, which it should not have. Like, you're giving yourself too much power. Next paragraph. And that claim requires disrespecting, too, this court's precedent. Yeah, there are no special reasons of this kind usually invoked for overturning precedent to eliminate Chevron deference. I kind of see what you're saying, because the whole argument, particularly with them saying, well, since we haven't used Chevron deference since 2016, when we've been the ones in power, it shouldn't matter. But respect our legal precedent, but don't respect other people's legal precedent. Seems to be what they're trying to do here. It makes no fucking sense. Next paragraph. And it is impossible to pretend that today's decision is not a one-off in either its treatment of agencies or its treatment of precedent. Yeah, look at the abortion ban. Next paragraph. Oh, that was the last paragraph. So yeah. Alright. That's it. Oh shit, we finished this bitch. Okie dokie. Hell yeah. Alright, let's put my chair here. Fucking bring that down a little bit. Fucking okie dokie. So let's just kind of recap here on everything that we have been discussing here. Because wow, that was a lot. So basically what we've just been discussing now is going into further detail. I didn't read every word for word, but I basically skimmed and scanned, highlighted and commentated. Is commentate? Is that a word? Apparently it is. All right. I was just making that shit. I thought I was making shit up, but I'm not making shit up. It existed already. Fucking, I was just saying shit. I was like, is that even a word? But yeah, fucking okie dokie. So, we just did a deep dive, I shall say, into what were the final decisions issued with the Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo case and the overturning of the Chevron deference and how it relates to the Clean Air and Water Act, as well as how it ties into different sectors such as technology, telecommunications, and all of that, in regards to what is happening with how the Supreme Court is trying to shift power from regulatory agencies to themselves. You know what I'm saying? And if we follow the money, we can see, in my opinion, why people are doing the shit they're fucking doing. Because fuck them, they suck my dick. But they can suck my dick is what the fuck I was trying to say. But anyway, so just to do a little recap here before we close out on everything that we've discussed. So far we went over the SCOTUSblog. Well, first of all, we reviewed the part 1 and part 2 of the live streams that I've done on this issue before. We went over AEG's political impact from the music scene and beyond, with AEG, which is owned by Phil Anschutz, who is a oil tycoon. And then in part 2, and that oil tycoon put Neil Gorsuch at the Supreme Court, in the Supreme Court, funding wise. He helped him get there. And then in part 2, we reviewed how Phil Anschutz and Neil Gorsuch both stand to profit off of the case from the final decisions of Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo. And now we're here in part 3, and we have reviewed some sources on from SCOTUSblog. We went over 2 links from them. The first was an entire overview of this case as it relates to Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo. And we just looked over their timeline and the summary of legal filings that they have. And then we read their article from SCOTUSblog on the Supreme Court strikes down Chevron, which was curtailing the power of federal agencies. And how we are looking at how Supreme Court shifted power from federal agencies to themselves. Then after that, we looked at Ballotpedia's summary on this, and they did a really good summary with the timeline, quotes, and all of this different things that tie into all of this. After that, we looked specifically more of how the Supreme Court overruling Chevron ties into telecommunications, media, and technology from the Wiley source. And then we finished it off after a quick break where we did a deep dive. We did a skim and scan reading, recap, reaction, and commentary and review of the final decisions that were issued in regards to Loper Bright Enterprises et al. Versus Raimondo, Secretary of Commerce et al. And the certiorari, did I say that right? CERTIORARI to the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. So we looked at all of that, and now it's here. So basically, we're looking at this bullshit fuckery. This is what happens when Supreme Court judges refuse to recuse themselves even when they financially benefit from a case that they are making decisions on. The end result can be that they are transitioning power from one place to another. We also looked at we pulled up 4 additional links that we kind of talked about, that I also linked as mentioned in this video. And that was, how the fuck do I say certiorari? I still can't say it. We also pulled up case text summary from Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo, because they have a different summary on all of that. We also pulled up Ballotpedia has a different article just on the Chevron deference itself, the doctrine itself explained. And so that as well. And I'm also going to link again to what we covered in part 2, the Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo oral arguments from C-SPAN. I'll link all of that as well. So yeah, this was a whole shit fuckery thing. Thank you guys so much for watching this shit with me. I had toyed with the idea of perhaps doing a reading of the entirety of the 114-page document of the final decisions from Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo from the Supreme Court, but I don't think I have it in me to do that. I don't think that's going to happen. But I did toy with the idea. I don't think I'm gonna do that though. All right, so yeah, but thank you for your time. If you're watching this, it really means a lot to me. I think this is some bullshit fuckery. I'm gonna keep my eye out for if anything else is happening with any other financial ties that I see with Phil Anschutz and Neil Gorsuch's ass. I said Gorsuch's ass, but not sex. But yeah, Gorsuch ass, whatever. Fuck him. Uh, yeah, whatever. I'm gonna play the outro. I'm rambling. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying anymore. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. You're awesome. Thank you. Thanks for watching. You might want to adjust the volume after all of this because a loud music is gonna play. So yeah, adjust the volume. And then if you're coming to these lives anyway, I do have a loyalty program, nolo.chow.com/loyalty. If you sign up for my site as a member and you follow the check-in procedure, you can get points just for showing up to these lives anyway. So I just want to let you know about that. Yeah, about that. Yeah, I always have a really hard time saying goodbye because saying goodbye really just kind of feels like you're Tom Hanks. You know what I mean? Over here, just like welcome, Wilson. But anywho, yeah. So thank you for being here and goodbye.